Kind of reflective, huh? Well, I hear Colleen, you're out there. You're going to be running technology today. Is that correct?
I am, and I'm here if you need anything.
Oh, fantastic. Just good to know, just in case.
Yep.
On that. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sun's coming up, creating more reflections every day, earlier and earlier. That's great. So let's see, we got a few minutes here.
About four.
Yeah, I'll give it a couple minutes before we check in on that. Okay. Oops, guess I should take it off mute. Looks like we have all our supervisors out there. Is that what you're seeing, Colleen?
Yep. Everyone is here, and I just let County Manager Peru in as well.
Ah, fantastic. Yeah, let's let Steve in. That'll be good.
I'm happy to just be a spectator today too.
Look, I wore my Monday Hawaiian shirt.
Yep. Oh, look at that. I'm coming to you live from Donny Park this morning.
Ah, all right. I'm coming to you live from Mountain Dew. And so we better check in and see everybody. So let's see, it's 8 o'clock. So I'll go ahead and call the morning to order. And today we have another day of, we're beginning week 2 of budget sessions. So look at that. There's Siri out there all ready to go. All right, looking good. So what I'll do is let's go through each and every supervisor. And one note I'll start out with, I hope everybody had a wonderful Mother's Day. I say this year it's the year of the super moms, the working while having school at home while performing miracles. So, I hope you all have wonderful Mother's Day. I'm wishing you well. And with that, let's go through and just check in with each district and have everybody just say hello. So District 1, Patrice Horseman, Supervisor.
That's me. So yes, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Starting week 2 of our budgets. And yes, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers and those that have cared for children throughout their lives. It's I think they're always exceptional and always important to remember and honor. So it's wonderful to see the staff. Thank you for coming back after last week. We know it was a hectic week, and we so appreciate everybody's efforts on extraordinary efforts on getting this budget process done. And good morning, County Manager. It's always good to see you. And onward, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Patrice. District 2 Supervisor, Geronimo Vasquez.
Good
Geronimo?
morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a great weekend, especially with all the moms in the house. Happy Mother's Day. I hope you had a good one. And if you're Mexican, today's Mexican Mother's Day. So they celebrate it in Mexico today. So happy Mother's Day today as well. And thank you, everyone, for such hard work. And we're halfway through this budget process. Looking forward to get through the other half, and just let's keep plowing through. Together we'll make it. So thank you and have a great day.
That's right. It's like running a long distance race. We're about the 3/4 point here. Huh? All right. Next we have District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be back today. Mother's Day was great for me, and I'm pretty sure everybody else had a great Mother's Day, and including some of the fathers that are raising their own kids and stuff like that. So just appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to this week. I learned a lot last week, and I plan to learn more this week. This was something that we needed to do, and besides the board retreat. So thank you very much, and you all have a great day, and I will too. And Steve, thank you for your staff coming on again, and yeah, thank you very much.
And then we have Vice Chair and District 5 Representative Lena Fowler. Lena.
Yes, good morning. Thank you all for joining us again, and good morning to all. Thank you.
There we go. Oh, had to get off mute again. All right. Well, here we go. Week 2. And I'll turn it over to Steve and we'll hop into it. Steve.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We hope you had a good weekend. It was good for many of our staff to unplug and to recharge. And so again, happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers. So today, well, a couple things on the schedule. So we've got a half hour before we have at 8:30 emergency management. And then at 9 o'clock is Public Works. I do want to let you know that at 9:30, Siri and I need to jump off to take a call with Fester and Chapman regarding our county audit. So we're going to jump off for about 20-30 minutes. But we have, of course, John Comer and Lucinda that will be filling in our absence. So again, that'll occur at 9:30. Again, this morning, emergency management, and then 9 o'clock is Public Works, followed by the flood control district, followed by solid waste, followed by mechanical services. So it is all things Public Works this morning. So a good conversation in each of those areas. This afternoon, we do have the assessor at 1 o'clock, and then we're scheduled to break for discussion beginning at anytime after 1:30 or 2 o'clock. So the afternoon will be open to close up conversations, and then probably some staff time for us to start doing more analysis with regard to last week. So I'm going to turn it over to Siri to show our catch-up slide.
Oh, yes. Thank you, County Manager Peru and members of the board. We can go ahead and do the catch-up slide. It was emailed out to you on Friday. John, would you mind pulling that one up? I emailed a separate slide, but this is the one that you sent out on Friday. We also then have some more information on the 10-year plan, if time allows this morning as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay.
So the
as a-
schedule, I'm sorry, shall I walk through it, Siri?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So the items on the slide, future follow-up and wrap up. So we're doing our policy discussion on compression, and that is happening actually this afternoon during our wrap up time. And then on Wednesday, the 12th, we've also invited Matt Fowler to come over to do a closeout and a catch up on his presentation from last week. We still want to also another follow-up item to get some direction from the board regarding SRS and the funding going forward. We'll come back to the reserve policy and the fund balance direction that we presented last week. And then we also wanted at your suggestion and direction to walk through our department capital plans. We'll be doing this with Sue Brown as well. Okay, and next, I think the other items, longer term discussions, training and certification. We're looking at actually other areas in addition to the recorder. So that would be a policy discussion. We're not going to, of course, resolve it and put everything in place during this session, but get some direction with regard to looking at certification as an opportunity for compensation going forward. And so that's a program that we would be developing. ARP and FTEs, and so looking at our FTE requests that have come in to determine which ones of those are ARP eligible as we get to that part of the process. And then ARP and Fort Tuthill paving, I think this is more of a possibility as we look at ARP and the uses that it could be applied for. Fort Tuthill paving is an example of a project there. More discussion of court fee strategy. Again, as we indicated before, fees are becoming less and less a predictable source of revenue in the area of justice. Facility self-performance, and I look at it in terms of what do we do in-house versus contracting out. So that's what that is about. We wanted to, from last week's discussion with Cynthia Nemeth, get an update on the Parks Master Plan process. And then finally, the last slide, looking at all the requests that have come in, good requests, FTE, HHS, org renewal, grant writer, board travel, board CI, and then dark skies compliance officer. I do want to make a footnote on this. From last week's discussion with the clerk of Superior Court, Valerie Wyant, she did poll her staff regarding their input on additional members, FTEs versus, I don't want to call it versus, it's not against, but it's FTEs and compensation. And so I'll be sending out today the results of her not poll per se, but her feedback from her team with regard to those two items. Thank you. Okay, Siri, turn it over to you.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. So the next thing that we have that we'll be pulling up is a reminder, and we will also share this electronically this morning, but we have some information on our 10-year plan to walk through and just what recommendations were included. So we put just the recommendations in one kind of handy place so they can be referenced with the screenshot of the 10-year plan. So that first slide had the snapshot of the 10-year that was presented with the outlook all the way to FY30 and that net change in fund balance again. So that's the revenues in excess of expenses when it's positive, or expenses in excess of revenues when it's negative, and that's the outlook. But what is included in that is on the next slides. So as we look, these are the requests that were recommended as part of the recommendation. So all of these are included in those numbers that you saw. We have them just alphabetically by department name, what's included. So our first page has the assessor through HHS. And again, we will email this out. And then as we go on to the next, we have IT and some of our sheriff items that were in. And then the last page wraps it up. And there's some that are highlighted in gray, and we can see down below the flexibility language requests. That's what's highlighted in gray. So those are things we already have the flexibility language and that budget included. But those were some of the requests that aligned with those dollars, but we did include them because they really are in the 10-year plan that you're seeing as part of the flexibility language. So in total.
Jerry, could you, 1 minute, I think, Mr. Chairman, I believe Vice Chair Fowler had a question.
Yes, go ahead, Lena.
Morning. I want to make sure that we're getting all the emails. Who's sending all the emails out, and we want to make sure we keep those straight. I don't think I have all the emails that were emailed out. So if you can just send out who sent what on what day, then it would be good, because we're getting all these other emails as well. I don't know if John is sending them out or you are. So I think it'd be really good. Now you're saying you're going to send these out again. We're not at the office, so it's in order for us on our end to keep track of everything. It'd be really good to, if possible, to email information out prior to this, because I like to write on these information that you're presenting right now.
Sure. And the email that, Mr. Chair, the email that Siri referenced was mailed out on Friday at 2:55 to the board members as well as to your district directors. But yes, we'll send all this out so you can look at it, and then we can.
It'd be really good. It's just wanting to keep track of things. It's just gets a little confusing. But anyway, I know you guys, you're all doing, there's lots to cover and trying to keep track of everything. You're doing a great job, but it's just on our end, my end, maybe the others are all with you, but I just want to make sure things are in order. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll follow a little bit. So John Comer sent it on Friday, Lena. Or it's Monday morning too. So anyway, if you want to print it up, it was from John Comer at 2 something in the afternoon on Friday. These other pieces, if I understand correctly, Siri and Steve have been putting them together over the weekend here. So they're going to email them. So they haven't come out yet, but we're seeing them for the first time during our update here. All right, go ahead, Siri.
Thank you. That is correct. So we will also try and get one summary to all of the assistants to help keep track, if that would be beneficial, or all the district directors rather. So this slide just totals everything at the bottom in terms of what was included in that recommendation. So we have a total general fund funding request recommendations that are in the 10-year. So it's 2.88 million of one time and 2.2 million of recurring. And then our next slide just shows then what these are things that are not included unless there's a comment here, but these specifically are general fund position requests. So we pulled out all of those position requests and put them in one document so you can see a total for the general fund. One thing that is not on our recommendations, but as a reminder, we did include a 3% compensation increase in those recommendations in the original 10-year. And the price of that is approximately 1.2 million of recurring dollars, a little bit upwards of that. And the equivalent of that is about 15 FTEs. So if we were just to equate that in terms of FTEs, it's again about $1.2 million is the cost of the 3% compensation increase. And the requests here are for additional positions that are not included in the general fund recommendation earlier. So again, we will send this out, but if you would like to go back to any of the screens or walk through the recommendations, we can do that. We have about 15 minutes before our next meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I could comment on this as well.
Go ahead, Steve.
The other thing that is yet to be determined is the amount of ARP funding that can be applied to some of the increments. And so again, that is a separate process that the board will be embarking on later this summer. And so again, we want to make sure that as we provide this information to you, we may at some point in time, probably sooner than later, identify some of the increments here that might be ARP eligible. And I think when we talk about impacts to the justice system that occurred as a result of COVID, and the fact that we do have cases that are backed up, certainly is not not to cast any negativity on any part of the justice system, but all justice systems throughout the country are experiencing this as well. We can then, I believe, look at other pieces. In addition to the courts, we're looking at all the other stakeholders that have a direct role in our justice system and we're acting accordingly. What it does not solve, however, would be the fact that ARP would be going away in 2024. And so when we're looking at any adjustment or any opportunities with ARP funding, and then looking at reoccurring expenses that would be ARP eligible, we would need to build into, in the next year, a strategy that when the ARP funding leaves us in 2024, we have the capacity to substitute recurring revenue to support those investments going forward. And so it's one of those, it's a great opportunity, but we also need to look at how to sustain that after 2024, assuming that those expenses that are being proposed under ARP do qualify for that source of funding. Thank you.
Yeah, and probably added to that would be, as we try and distinguish that, we won't be able to sustain all of that reoccurring. And we're also hearing the capacity conversation, which ones fit the capacity, which ones fit the bubble, and how do we figure it out associated with that? I think that's what I'm hearing from you, Steve and Siri, is that correct? Oh, muted.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Horseman had a comment, but we're
okay.
Our comments. Thank you.
Yes, if I may, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Patrice.
Yes, and Siri, thank you. This is exactly what I was looking for and was trying to figure out on my own, not very successfully. So I really look forward to getting these, the email from you and to really taking a look at this. And it's going to take me a little while to digest this because this really is the meat of the matter here. So I'm really looking forward to getting these handouts from you and taking some time to really take a look at it. And our county manager has really kind of put his finger right on it, and that is that we are hearing over and over again about our great staff and quite frankly the extraordinary efforts they've had to put in, especially during this last year, and the need for more FTEs. And yet we've got to balance that. We've got some money coming in. That's great. But it is one-time money. And if we use that for FTEs, we got a building capacity for the future. That's hard because as much as we have a 10-year plan, we aren't always sure about our future. So it's a balancing act. There's no question about that. And one of the things I'm looking forward to have an extensive discussion this afternoon also is on compression. And that does seem to be coming up over and over again. So, boy, difficult issues. And I'm really glad we have such a professional staff to help us ferret our way through these issues. And I look forward to getting these documents and for an aggressive and extensive discussion on this afternoon. So thanks.
Okay, it looks like Lena popped up. Lena, did you have a question? And free flow with the board asking questions right now. I'm not going through a cycle. Go ahead, Lena.
Thank you. Yes, Steve, you're saying some of these may be as part of the American Rescue Plan. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on those. It might be good for us to know which ones may be that would fit into that, because from here they look like if they're one time, then they all should go in there, but then that may not be the case. So reoccurring is something different. So it might be good for you to just get maybe make up a chart, maybe add a third line there and say this may be part of over here. Just to help us to frame, because you know your staff, you know the departments and your discussion with the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Fowler. We can do that. And I, I have the same, I think we all have the same at the staff level, the same assumption related to ARP, but at the same time, what direction we do have from the administration and from Treasury, does have some broad language regarding, investments that the county can do to deal with the impact of COVID and to mitigate, for future occurrences if they should happen. It also relates to what are some of the impacts that the county is experiencing as a result of loss of revenue directly associated with COVID. And that's where we probably have less of an opportunity, just given the fact that we have, received some reimbursement as it relates to the response itself. Now, we can certainly look at other aspects where COVID has impacted our ability to generate revenue that we would normally have received. So we need to make a defensible connection between the cause and effect. At the same time, there's not a lot of clear guidance from Treasury through NACO on this topic. And so we're also looking to some of the national organizations that have a closer relationship to the feds to give us some more guidance there.
If I may, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Patrice.
And Steve, that is such a good point that we all need to remember. Part of the reason for the ARP is to make up for that loss of revenue. It's not like, this is the cherry on top of the sundae. The fact is we lost a lot of our Sunday. And so this really is intended to help us get through these difficult, hopefully post-COVID times. And because of the loss of revenue, I think that's important to remember. There is going to be a decline in monies coming in, and we need to balance that when we look at the budget as well. That's a really good point.
All right.
And
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
yes, Mr. Chair, and that's where I'm just thinking that within departments, each department knows what the revenue or the loss is within their departments. So it'd be really good to for us to make decisions based on that, finding, we believe we know some of them, but I think it goes a lot deeper than what we see. So that's why I'm turning to you and Siri and staff to tell us. I think that would be very good. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a real fine balance. We definitely need recommendations and good point associated with COVID. It is a rescue plan. How do we apply it appropriately? We're setting up criteria, but to a certain degree, we need information to help us with our decisions. By the same token, we will have to make decisions that staff depends upon. So we're going to get into refining it closer and closer, so that we can do it well, do what we really need to do, and focus on our community, see where the needs are, see where the stress points are. I think some of the points are our staff sees it, they know where it is, they can help us as we're making our decisions associated with it. The real trick, though, is which area and how, and is it sustainable funding? That's more of the general fund, the budget pieces that we're talking about. Although it creeps into it, where do we do that versus where can we use the ARP piece? Let's see, anything else? Let's check in. I haven't heard much from Judy or Geronimo. Do you have any?
I'm here.
Yeah, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, actually, yeah, I'm glad we're having this discussion. And it is true that ARP has to do a lot with loss of revenues and through this difficult time due to COVID. And I know that each department can identify their losses due to that. And I think we need to comply with the ARP definition, or their what they're looking for and why it's really there. I would say might be appropriate is to contact, do a little email to the department heads and ask them what are their losses during this time, what do they foresee, what is it, and these positions you're they're requesting, I think has to be justified in that way, because that way we know exactly what they're why the ARP funds are there, and that we're complying with their what the money is really there for. So I think it would be for us to look at this and say, think that it's due to a loss in revenue, and then it might be different than what the departments have. So I think I'm just thinking in those lines, is to try to get a hold of all the department heads and just shoot them an email and have them fill out a form, and say, this is the loss, and that we're encountering due to COVID. So I think that way we're not commingling funds or the general fund, and then also the ARP funds and grants or whatever there is. So that's what I'm thinking, sitting here when we're talking about the positions that are being requested. And so we just have to be mindful of separating the funds and making sure that they're in the right category.
Mr. Chair, if I could comment on that real quick.
Yeah, please, Steve.
So an important part of the budget process is to get feedback from departments on revenue estimates. And that's a part of the process that Siri and her team reaches out to the departments, I think a couple months ago, if not at least that period of time, to get from departments, what are the revenue drivers? What are some of the pictures that they're seeing? What are the causes? And so we certainly have that information, but we can probably, I think, put together some of the feedback based on some of that response and some of our discussions with departments on revenue estimates to identify, some of the reasons why, to get to Supervisor Begay and Fowler's observation on input from departments. So we'll put that down as a follow-up on our list of things to come back to the board with. Appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
All right, and just check in with Geronimo. Anything you need follow up on at this point?
I just wanted to say I really appreciate. I really appreciate this chart, being able to see what are the requests, both recurring and one-time requests. It's a pretty extensive chart, and so hopefully we can accommodate as much as we can and figure out the right combination to the puzzle so that we can get the most bang for our buck. But it's a lot, and thank you for compiling this, because this was the piece that I was missing last week as we were going through the different presentations. We were seeing so many different requests, but it's nice to be able to see it all compiled and see how it fits into what we're discussing with the budget. So I appreciate the work that went into putting this together, because I know I was having a hard time teasing it out. So I know it was time intensive for you to do. So I appreciate having this as a guide for moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, just a note, Siri sent it about 10 minutes ago. So if you have an opportunity to print it up for yourself, it's in your email on it. Yeah, it is the challenge that we wander through each time. So many different priority areas. What do we do? How do we keep track of it? So it certainly is useful, but it's displayed well, and a lot of work went into it. The after hours, after they go through all our meetings, then these guys are working on it in the after hours, before hours, and throughout the weekend often. So appreciate all the work, Siri, your staff, Steve, everybody, all the departments. Really appreciate it. So we're coming up at 8:30 right now. With that, any last on that, Steve? Otherwise, we have emergency management And I would guess Lucinda introducing Wes, I would think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will turn it over to Lucinda, who will punt it over to Wes.
Okay, fantastic.
She's coming on right now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope everyone had a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day. I'm pleased to introduce Wes Deason, and Wes is going to present emergency management's budget. And as he always says, they're a small team, but a very mighty team. They've gotten a tremendous amount accomplished in this last year, both relative, of course, to COVID and managing all the logistics associated with that and many other moving parts, as well as many other things, completing a hazard mitigation plan and getting that submitted to FEMA and DEMA, along with a number of other day-to-day management exercises and so forth. And he's working hard now to, making sure that the new EOC at King Street is prepared for a wildfire or flooding this summer. So he's just done a tremendous job. I really want to thank he and Mark and Tim for doing just a really great job. So with that, turn it over to Wes. Thank you, Wes, for all you've done.
Thank you, Lucinda. I appreciate that. Chair, Vice Chair, board members, County Manager, thank you very much for the time this morning. I'm working to get my screen shared here. As Lucinda said, we are not very large, so hopefully we won't take a great deal of your time.
While you're queuing that up, I think Wes, but you have from 8:30 to 9 here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And hopefully this will come up shortly. Is that working for everyone?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'll move again, as I said, very quickly here. Small organization, small group. We always include Sam from Public Works. He's a really key piece for us. I don't know that before I got here and got into COVID, I realized quite how much he understands about the county and where everything is, but he's been huge. Mark has worked very, very hard on our hazard mitigation plan and most of our administrative functions, if you will, this last year, EMPG reports, that kind of thing. He has really been kind of the backbone of the more standard functions of the office this last year. And then Tim has always been involved in the COVID response, most recently now serving as a logistics section chief since about, I believe, September, the IC made that change. And he's done a great job. We will talk briefly here. We do have one current vacancy, and we'll talk about that here in just a short bit. So, department overview, we're, again, pretty small. The organization is really aimed at leadership. Tim is very interested in the concept. I am consider myself a student of leadership. I know Lucinda likes this topic as well. And so I have my own acronym. I've used this for many years. It's shared vision, relationships, trust, leadership, and communication. That's what we try to embody here in the department. And I really want to make sure that we're working to develop our own. That was mentioned recently by one of the ELA candidates during their presentation for the most recent ELA graduation. And I believe very, very strongly in that, Funding wise, of course, we have county budget. It is the biggest part of our budget matched to our emergency management performance grant. It's a federal grant administered by DEMA. We also have Homeland Security grant program, which is really training and exercise. And this we share a single award and a single application with Navajo County and Apache counties. Hazard mitigation, we get a grant from Department of Environmental Quality for hazmat training. Very important. It's not a deep pot, but it's important. And then we do have some IGAs with some of our local incorporated jurisdictions for planning, training, and exercise, and other types of support that, as the SME organization for the county, we can provide them, both in times of planning and exercise, but also in times of rural response. So, department overview. So, one of our biggest functions, as we'll hopefully not be seen this year, but as we've seen now through COVID, is operation of the EOC, or the HEOC, the Health Emergency Operations Center. Because we are grant funded, we are mandated to follow ICS and NIMS policies. That's Incident Command Structure and I spelled it wrong there, National Incident Management System Guidance. I apologize for the typo. How many times did you write that? You'd think I'd get it right. We're also the principal liaison up to the state for anything that is emergency management related. We also relate to our tribal liaison there at the state. We, of course, will work directly with any of our tribal partners, but really there is, because of the legal issues involved and some of the formalities that are required, we work very closely with Joe Urea, the tribal liaison down at DEMA, to make sure that we get everything done the way we're supposed to. We relate a lot with FEMA Region 9 and National FEMA out of DC. The State Emergency Operations Center and the State Order Desk, very, very important. If we need something, if we have a need of any kind during a response, or one of our localities has a need during any of our response and we cannot fill it, this is our Amazon right here, State Order Desk. We send a request up there, they go find it, and they deliver it to us. And then, of course, anytime we have any disaster declarations that we need to process, those go from our local jurisdictions through us or our own up to the state. We do work very closely with our nation emergency managers. I just, with Lena here a couple weeks ago, was down in, or excuse me, up in Antelope Canyon, and I had a real good time to talk with the EM there. And our state tribal liaison, Joe Urea, and I talk about weekly. I try to keep him very informed about what's happening locally with our nation lands, and he does the same for me. It's a two-way street, and we speak pretty often. County Emergency Operations Plan. So this is our base document that, and I want to emphasize right here, is really, really, really critical. Our roles and responsibilities. So this is not a procedures document. This is not how to fight a fire. This is not how to handle a flood or something like that. This is a roles and responsibilities document. Ours is currently under some review. It is current and it is valid, but it is currently under some review to make sure that we really fit and roll up to the State Emergency Operations Plan. They call it the State Emergency Response and Recovery Plan, and our plan needs to dovetail in under that. So we're working to make sure that that happens. Lucinda mentioned the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. We've already gone over that. I won't go into great depth. It has been finalized with our contractor. It was sent to DEMA for review. It was sent back with one, and I was very happy about that, one deficiency that the contractor is working to remedy. I expect that that will be finalized here, possibly even today, but certainly within the next day or two. It will go back to FEMA for, to DEMA for a final review, and then DEMA submits that to FEMA on our behalf. We don't do that directly. And then continuity of operations planning. So we don't do this for our departments. We'll certainly assist with that. And I think this last year has really brought to light the need to identify really the key part of a COOP plan, which is essential functions. It's always difficult because everybody thinks their function is essential. And they are to some degree, but in terms of being able to deliver government services in times of absolute crisis, certainly others have to have priorities. So identifying essential functions is key. We work very closely with DEMA for that. DEMA is kind of the state SME, if you will, on COOP planning, and they have an entire guidance and everything on their website that helps us go through that.
Hey, Wes, SME.
I'm sorry, subject matter expert. Thank you, Chair.
You bet.
21 highlights. So really, it's a pretty short slide. Tim and I spent the entire year dedicated to the COVID-19 incident management team. And I think you're all very familiar with what that was about. As I mentioned, Mark was really key in the administrative duties of emergency management. He did a great job. The hazard mitigation plan all by itself has taken about almost 7 months now, and it was a very heavy lift. We, of course, had some traditional fires last year and some responses. Fortunately, nothing too large and no great loss of infrastructure. We had a little bit of loss up with the Mangum fire. And our snow responses this year were pretty short and pretty easy. And then lastly, we did our office relocation this year. And I'd like to thank county leadership for that. The space here at Health is a little bit smaller in terms of footprint, but it is much, much more efficient. We're pretty much moved in, although Tim and I still haven't spent much time in the office. It's definitely going to be set up and work for us, and we're ready to go if we end up with some type of fire season. So service delivery and challenges. We are down a position. The assistant director position is currently vacant, working to fill that right now. With direction from Lucinda, we have onboarded a temp. A lot of you probably know him. His name is Bob Orrell, retired locally, very, very adept at emergency management functions across the board. And he came on contract effective this last Saturday. So he is available to us immediately. He just demobilized from a deployment down in the southern part of the state, came home on Friday. So he's available to us now. And he's already working on some things having to do with museum planning and exercising. You know, our responsibilities include, of course, response. That's always the first and priority. Support and coordination. You know, our job isn't to go in and handle City of Williams challenges or Tucson's or anyone else's, but it is our job to support and coordinate. And our ability to take initiative to reach out to our partners has definitely, probably this year, not been where it needs to be, just because we just simply haven't had the time and the staffing. Subject matter expert solutions that we can offer, advice and support to our partners for their planning, for their training and exercise, for their response, any of those kinds of things. Once we get to this other staff person on board, we'll be in much better shape. The other key piece for another body will be running down additional grant opportunities. As we all know, there's a plethora of grants out there. I don't even know them all, and I've been doing the grant business for a long time. So we're hoping our new AD, once on board, will help us all chase that down. We have delivered some really good training this past year. A museum post-fire flooding, a Page Highway 89, and an EPA sponsored Highway 40 hazmat exercise. All were very successful. And then we did just about 2.5 months ago, did the Oak Creek Canyon siren warning test system to make sure that it was functional. And I'll touch this briefly here on training and exercise. So training and exercise that is grant funded is heavily regulated by FEMA and requires a tremendous amount of work. The program is called HSEEP, Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program. And it really requires months of work before pretty much any level of exercise to make sure that we dot all the I's, because we have to submit that information to DEMA. That is submitted along with our quarterly reports to ensure that we are eligible for reimbursement. So really important, really important. Really limited traditional travel. We didn't travel this year for any of the traditional items. Emergency Management Institute in Maryland is a very common destination. It's FEMA's premier testing grounds, located right outside Gettysburg, but it has been shut down. It's only recently begun to reopen. Conferences, really the best opportunity to network, to learn best practices elsewhere, other agencies. We are not above beg, borrowing, and stealing things that other people have done and done right, and sharing what we do right and learning from others' mistakes. So those conferences are really, really important. The National Homeland Security Conference was held virtually this year. We listened to some of it, but quite frankly, did not have an opportunity to engage as well as we should. and then the International Association of Emergency Managers. Those are the two premier large conferences. There are a few others that are more discipline specific, but those are the two overarching conferences that we missed out on this year and hope to get back at next year. I've had good conversation with Lucinda and most recently with the county manager. We currently only have one vehicle in the department. It does limit us a bit in terms of being in more than one place at a time. We frequently use our own vehicles, which is fine. We get there, we get it done. And I'll send a shout out to Lucinda here and now. She's loaned us on 2 occasions. She's loaned us some of the vehicles that she has at Public Works that are, I think, assigned to her admin division, if I'm not mistaken, or assigned to the admin division at Public Works. But that's definitely an issue that we're going to look to challenge in the future. EOC infrastructure, as you all know, we've been working to build that up. County manager, we look forward to seeing you next week if you do have the opportunity to come by. The space is great. It's going to work fine. We have it set up now. It is functional as we speak today. We have a few little IT glitches that we're working on. But as of now, it is functioning quite nicely. And again, that's a huge shout out to IT and facilities and GIS, Public Works, a number of agencies, a number of departments came together to help us get that on board. That is a key function. If we end up with some type of activation, some type of event, a fire, a flood, or both, or whatever we are faced with, the ability for command and general staff to coordinate, support, and coordination operations is really important. And the EOC is where that happens. 2 to 5 year vision. So we really, we have to maintain our partnerships. We are a small group. The emergency management partners that we have in our incorporated jurisdictions are also small groups, smaller even. Some of them are wearing multiple hats. So our ability to reach out to our incorporated jurisdictions, all of our partners, is really, really important for both response support, relationship building. It's not, you know, I think we've all heard during an event is not the time to build relationships. So we work very hard at that, and we're going to continue to do that. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the guidance that we can offer and support that we can offer for training and exercise and planning efforts, and of course, response. I see this as one of our principal missions. It really is something that we have to do. We all have to rely on each other. We all have to share resources. So I see this as one of our primary missions. And I think this year, again, has really demonstrated the absolute value of those types of relationships. We have reached out to other county departments. We reached out to the city. We've asked for things, and people have gone, sure, here you go. And it's really been quite an experience. I would say we definitely have some gaps. As I've mentioned, the planning assistance for helping jurisdictions develop their emergency operations plans. The annual review for the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan has not happened over the last 5 years. It needs to happen annually. The plan is due every 5 years, but if we look at it every 5 years, it's a tremendous amount of work. If we look at it annually, it's much smaller, much easier, and much more effective. We already have some things on the boilerplate for this year, moving into next year's annual review to make the plan even better than it is now. And then training and exercise development and delivery. The key piece here I would like to focus in, though, is really the after action report. So part of our requirements from FEMA under the HC program, the Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program, is a documented after action report and implementation. We have to have that, and we have to show, subsequent to the exercise, growth in those gap areas that were identified in the exercise. The entire purpose of an exercise is not to show how good we are, but it's to show where the gaps are. We can close those gaps using grant funding, and we have to have that documentation on hand. Those after action reports and those improvement implementations can last for a month, or they can last for a year or more. So it's a long, involved process, and we need to do the best we can to support our partners with that. Top priority for the next 2 to 5 years. I've made the ask of Lucinda, and I've included it here in our 2 to 5 year plan, is the addition of 1 new FTE. That would take the department to 5 FTEs. This is not the EM. This is not the deputy position. This is a new position. And it is, of course, will be eligible for funding of 50% through EMPG. But really, this extra body will help us with all kinds of things. It will help in really all areas of the department. They can assist with training and exercise. They can assist with grant management. Depending on what we end up as the final job description, can assist with real world response duties, can assist with assignments in the EOC. So once we get closer and we really start to closely evaluate this position, it will be key to add, hopefully in the next 2 to 5 years, add one more body to the department. King Street, again, so this is a rough draft. We weren't able to beautify as much as we'd like, but this is the EOC as it stands today, and County Manager, hopefully next week you'll get an opportunity. We'll show you how this is set up and how it's functioning. We're getting ready through IT to do some testing of all the systems. We're pretty close to getting that done. There's one last IT setting that the network needs to recognize before the equipment in here functions correctly, but we're definitely getting there. You all know Coconino County experiences as much or more large-scale events. And when I say events, I'd like to say disasters or events. The county fair is an event. And unfortunately, in today's world, it can be the target of problems. There are people out there that don't want to do nice things. There's a lot of things that can go awry with large-scale events. So not just disaster response. But our ability today, especially with technology as it is, and again, a shout out to Helen and the GIS group. Nate Wren over there has done a ton of work for us. The amount of information that is out there is immediately available through the proper vetted sources is really, really key. In an emergency operations center, we're blind. We really don't see much. We're working in the dark. We're working off of information from our liaisons, or we're working off of information from GIS. And today, really, really, really key. It allows us, it postures us for what I like to refer to as predictive decision making. If we see weather approaching on known historical burn scar, and we see large weather approaching, we can take some action ahead to make sure that we can try to protect people and protect property. It just makes good sense. It is really the way of the future, and we're trying to do our best to take advantage of it. And all the departments have been great in supporting this.
So Wes,
yes, sir.
We're kind of tightening up on time, so need you to start moving into wrap up here.
Copy that. I've really covered most of this already. The second vehicle for emergency management, the EOP will be our principal drive, and the EOC structure that we're going to get into that we've already talked about and how that will work. This is a current view of the situation board the county has, and we're working to improve that pretty much every day. Legislative landscape. So really just continued advocacy for the EMPG program. That funding is, of course, critical to us. And that really has to happen both at the federal level and it needs to happen at the state level. It is a competitive grant. We compete with the other counties. So any advocacy on our behalf with DEMA is certainly a good thing. DEMA assesses our gaps through those after action reports, and that is what they provide funding to close. They don't provide us funding to do things that we do right. They provide us funding to close gaps that we have. So that advocacy at the federal and state level is very important. I only have one SEER. I'm sure you've already seen it. It is for the second vehicle for EM. And we have worked closely at the county manager's direction with the county, with the state to figure out how to make that an indirect zero cost option for the county in our budget next year. Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and County Manager, that's all I have, unless you have some questions for me.
Okay, well, thanks, Wes. Very comprehensive. Steve, I'll turn it over to you and Lucinda.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Wes indicated, we have one increment that's been listed. We're seeking both ARP funding and the EMPG grant, although the EMPG grant is a highly competitive grant, but we are looking at hopefully a fallback on ARP. And so Lucinda, any additional comments?
No, I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, it's been once a previous emergency services director once described their work or their role as warrior in chief, as in worry. They worry about everything to make sure that the county is positioned to respond to the unknown. And so just want to credit Wes and his team and his profession for being our warrior and warrior in both senses of the word. So thank you. And
Thank you, sir.
that'll conclude our comments on the staff side, Mr. Chair.
I can't think of the name of the term to capture that, the matching pronunciation. I'm Monday morning it, but being our warrior and our warrior, really appreciate all the great work that you do out there, Wes, and just noting some more supporting and coordinating with our partners, key piece. And it's a fine balance. It's an art. It's a delicate dance where there's trust, but somebody's got to be in charge. And there's a certain point that they lack the capacity. And how do you manage that? That's always a challenge. Really appreciate how you've been doing it. So I'm going to roll through. Let's start out with District 1, Supervisor Patrice Horseman.
Hi, and thanks, Wes. Thanks for your information. And, again, you in particular, but your whole team's service during COVID was absolutely essential to the one county response. And thank you so much for all of your and your team's hard work to get it done and are still getting it done here in the county. So I really appreciate that. And also kudos on the one-stop searching for fire restriction information page on the county website. I included that in my most recent newsletter out to my district and folks here in Coconino County. It's just,
Excellent.
it's so essential. And thank you so much for your efforts on getting that up and running. So I also look forward to taking a look at your new King Street facilities. I'd love to see that sometime when COVID and everything allows. I'd love a tour to take a look at that. So I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is I wasn't clear. I know you have an assistant director position that's vacant, and you discussed an individual who is available for immediate deployment. Are you looking to this person to fill this position, or is this person filling in while you fill the position?
Yes, ma'am. He will not be applying for the position. He is a temporary stopgap, and really his support is aimed at hands-on support in the Emergency Operations Center positions that would typically be the Emergency Management Assistant Director. So he will be filling in while we fill the position with an appropriate candidate.
And so you're looking to fill that position now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. And since you've been down for at least a year on this position, when that's filled, then I'm assuming that the one FTE you're requesting, it won't be as immediate in terms of your need. Is that a correct statement? Or do you need both of these positions immediately?
I'll be honest, Supervisor, it's a great question. Thank you. True enough that when we bring that AD position on board, that person's on board, he will serve to improve some of our capabilities. Quite frankly, however, having been here a year now and having worked state emergency management for 5 years before this, I'm aware of the challenges that Coconino County has. And I believe from early on that the overall staffing for the department is still short. So I do believe that fifth position is necessary in that 2 to 5 year plan, but as soon as possible.
Very good. Good. Thank you, Wes. And thanks again for you and your team.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Next up, District 2, Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo.
Good morning. Good morning, Wes. Thank you for the presentation. It's always great hearing about all the hard work that Emergency Management Services is doing. I had the privilege of getting a tour of the King Street building and then the vaccine clinics with you. And I really appreciate all the hard work that you put into it. And, also the clinics up at San Francisco de Asís, helping support all the different efforts. Great job. Thank you. Supervisor Horstman took my question. I had that same question about the FTE plus the assistant director position, if it was one and the same or different. So I appreciate knowing that that's an additional position. The assistant director position, is that already funded? Or is that something that needs to be funded as well?
No, so that is currently funded. We had salary savings this past year, and it will be funded in our new application going forth to for the next fiscal year.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up, District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay.
Good morning, Wes.
Good morning.
And others that are on the Zoom call this morning. I just want to thank the department for their hard efforts in the COVID crisis management, and you all there, and you played a big part in this in the whole thing. So, but I think developing an emergency operations center that can really be effective and working, I think that would be really, really good, because we don't know what we're going to be faced with. We don't know what's going to be coming down the pipeline, you know, in all areas of any emergency that's going to be coming up. So I see that in your aspirations, you're talking about a functional EOC facility dedicated to support and coordination. So I'm really, you know, thinking that, you know, that's the heart of the whole emergency system, with all the people that are going to be involved, even the community and other departments, and, you know, anyone that's affected, and which is everyone in the county, you know, floods or fires or whatever. So I just want to say that I'm really glad that, you know, you're striving to be to increase, and also to ensure that, you know, there's a functional dedicated EOC that's going to be a part of your department, and then also expanding services and staffing, and also establishing or increasing community partnerships. I think it's really important, because we have to work together. We all have to take part in, you know, whatever we're doing as far as the emergency as it arises. So it's good to do a lot of outreach to ensure that this happens. So I just want to say thank you for your comments. Other comments made by Patrice and also Geronimo. I kind of was thinking in those lines too. So, but anyway, those are the two things I really want to, you know, ask and to comment on. So certainly, as you know, we have a lot of requests for different things, you know, through the budget process, and we have our work cut out for us, you know, to ensure that, you know, we touch and ensure that people that have asked for funding or otherwise positions, you know, we take that to consideration to have an efficient and effective system going forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And I will say I appreciate very much the consideration. I know the budget process is grueling. I will assure all of you, emergency management will meet the mission. We'll get the job done no matter what. We're ready to go, and we'll meet the mission. So thank you, ma'am.
All right. Next up, we have Vice Chair and District 5 Supervisor Lena Fowler. Lena.
Thank you, Wes. Thanks so much. And thank you for just working with all our other partners, and really your job is very important. So I've often wondered, and this is something that the county manager has to really think about, and the board, is that, you know, emergency management works with all departments when an EOC is set up, and that we don't know what kind of emergency is going to come in. So that's the reason why I've wondered if emergency management should be in the public works. Should it be directly under management? Now, I'm not sure what the protocols are. Seems like there's a lot more layers when there should be less layers when it's an emergency management. So that would be just my comment on where the emergency management is on the organizational chart. And I believe you do need another vehicle. And working with IT, once again, IT has been brought up again. It is so important that we improve and really give the IT what it needs, and really need to really evaluate that. I'm glad we're having a separate discussion on that. And also just grants again. Once again, the department relies on grants. If we had a grant writer that had a bird's eye view of all of the departments, and we all shy away from grants, granted, but every department so far has talked about grants because we cannot fund everything. Now, we also all very well know has to be sustainable, but sometimes grants, short grant terms are very important. And with that comes matching funds at times. If we had someone that had a bird's eye view, we'd be able to know if those matching grants are there and how long those grants will be, and if that grant needs to be sustainable. So there's different ways of looking at grants. And then as far as staffing is concerned, I think that staffing is very important when we have really major disasters in our county. And those disasters do not linger, does not happen and it stops. It lingers on. It forms into another situation, as we know right now with the fire last year, with the potential flooding, and then the community response. There is so much work to be done, and all tentacles, I think it's called, of our octopus arm has to be right there. And so how do we manage that with very small staff? So I think that we have to really take a serious look at this, and also the position and department where it is right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'll just briefly comment. When I was with the city of Tucson Emergency Management, we did move emergency management function out of police and fire, and we moved it to the city manager's office for exactly the reason you explained. And state emergency management has a direct pipeline to the governor for exactly the same reason. But I will caveat, Public Works is our first call. SAM is our first call. That relationship would have to absolutely still remain 100%, but your point is well taken. So thank you, ma'am.
And that's where the interagency relationship really is very important. And that's
Yes,
for that reason, it cannot, I believe, cannot be within a department, should be has a bird's eye view of all the departments. The other is that I just want to thank you, Wes, for working on emergency management and with Navajo Nation in the Antelope Canyon area on the positioning of rain gauge, and also getting another weather radar. Is that what it's called? Or
Yes, ma'am.
On Navajo Nation, and working with the Navajo Emergency Management and the Navajo Nation Vice President and President's Office, President and Vice President's Office, and you being able to, you and the USGS and the Weather Service working together to make that happen. And you know, what was presented to us is probably just a surface of what this department does. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Lena. So we need to kind of move on, but I'm going to hop over to Steve for just a response to this this piece. You know, you already talked about the FTEs and the different funding sources associated with it. Just to note, a longer term discussion. It's a discussion that comes back and forth. Where should you be? Because there's an interface with health, there's an interface with.
Mr. Chair, my impression, and I guess I need to be corrected, is that I thought that the EM function was housed in the county manager's office. So, but
That moved to the county manager's office when we hired Rob back, what, 8-9 years ago now?
So we'll clarify that and follow up with the entire board on reporting responsibilities. Thank you.
It's almost a location piece on that. But a lot of stuff. Yeah, that would be great if we could get a follow-up on that. Lucinda, you're going to have the whole morning here, so I need you to adjust accordingly associated with the calendar. We need about 5 minutes at 10 o'clock for the board just to, have a little bit of a break, not just the board, all staff, but some people are able to break away. The board needs to be at their monitor, so that would be helpful if we could do that. And so the next piece, this is definitely land-based, center of a lot of our functions, but we have public works. Is there anything, Steve, that you wanted to lead in with on this before I turn it over to Lucinda?
No, Mr. Chair, there's a lot of different functions within Public Works, and so we're ready to proceed. And just to remind you, Siri and I will be dropping off the call in a few minutes to take care of another matter. We'll be joining as soon as we can. Thanks.
All right. Fantastic. Thanks, Steve. So, Lucinda, you know what the routine is here. If you could help us out with that, but really give us all the good things that have been happening with your groups and work us through the budget elements, that would be wonderful. And probably, edification. You're pretty good at this, but for the sake of the board, there are various special funds associated with a lot of the work that you do. Lucinda, the floor is yours.
All righty. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'll make a few opening comments and then turn it over to Esler and Christopher. But first, I really want to acknowledge the Public Works team and what they've accomplished over this past year. Public Works had over 45 team members, which is over half, close to half of them team members in Public Works respond to the COVID emergency. We did everything from designing traffic control, conducting the traffic control, supporting the call center, supporting rental assistance, planning logistics with Wes and his team, to snow removal and many other functions. So I really want to thank the team members. I think it really points to the fact that Public Works does understand when there is an emergency that everyone needs to step up and perform. And again, really want to thank them for volunteering and stepping forward. I also want to acknowledge that the team continued to get its basic work functions completed. And one might think that that's relatively easy to do during COVID because a lot of the work is outside. But that's not necessarily always the case, meaning that there's a great deal of communication required and an interaction required to ensure that the work gets completed. And I'm really proud of the team that we remained well and continued with that work. And in fact, exceeded a number of our goals relative to resurfacing roads and other activities. So I really commend them for keeping the projects and everything moving forward. Overall, our projects for this spring are generally on track, and I wanted to share that the surfacing work that's going on the Navajo Nation right now is 40% complete and is continuing. So that's successful. Also very proud of the fact that we completed our first Navajo Nation capital matching project with phase 1 of the N21 project, which was completed last year. Now, this fall, NDOT intends to move forward with phase 2 of the N21 project. You'll be seeing that coming forward to approve those funds here very soon to be transferred over to NDOT. And what I'd like to do is take a few minutes and share a video. We just learned this weekend that this video has won 2 national awards for videography. It was produced by Cheryl Lee Francis, a Navajo woman, Native woman owned business and a phenomenal videographer. And we're going to go ahead and show that. It's about 4 minutes, and then we'll move forward with the presentation. Thank you. Go ahead, Jeremy. And this is about the N21 project.
Coconino County has operators that are on Navajo Nation on a daily basis. They're working full-time to maintain 286 miles of roads. From Kaibito to N21, Copper Mine, all the way down to Loop Region. We really appreciate the work that they're doing in all of these projects. We work closely with Navajo Nation and the BIA roads. It is a real true partnership. I'm Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor. I want to update you on our work on N21, which is one of the roads that we maintain on Navajo Nation in Coconino County. We are repairing some areas that really need repair. N21 is one of the most used roads within the Western agencies that the county maintain roads. The road is used for transporting the students to school every day. People drive daily to go to work, to do their laundry, and service all the resources. Navajo Nation, county, state, BIA, we all use that road to be able to deliver services to the communities in that region. So it's such an important road. Because of that, we're closely together so that the road is maintained. As you all know that live in the area, it's pretty difficult to maintain because of the sand. It's sandy, and there's certain places that are real muddy, gets very muddy, and that's what we're trying to fix so that people be able to drive on it better. So that's why you'll see, and you have seen, the trucks that are delivering the cinders out there and the various materials so that we can strengthen that road. It will be able to withstand the various weather like the rain, snow, and then in the summertime, just the heat. You know, it's really expensive to maintain roads. We want everyone to drive safely to wherever they're going, driving onto other road systems, but they're driving on the county roads that are on Navajo Nation, and it is these individuals that are out there every day that are maintaining these roads. So I just want to thank them for working on behalf of our citizens. This video is to show you how Coconino County, Navajo Nation, BIA, and other partners continues to work on your behalf. Thank you. Kia hat.
Okay. Jeremy. All right, go ahead to the next slide here. This is our team. Go ahead. And then we'll move on to the mission, vision, and values. And is captured here in terms of our mission, really the dedication to maintaining and the stewardship of public infrastructure, and maintaining that connectivity and economic vitality and quality of life throughout our community is, as you just saw on the video, and then important values, really emphasizing quality customer service and empowered workforce and innovative leadership has been a lot of our focus. So with that, I'll turn it over to Esler. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Good morning, Chairman Ryan, members of the board, County Manager Peru. Thanks for having us here today to present a balanced budget for the Public Works Department for fiscal 2022 that addresses the board's vision and priorities for the county's road infrastructure. Kind of taking a little bit of a small detour here just for a second, and based on the conversation this morning that the board had, I wanted to share some of the basic assumptions that we've used in order to build our budget this year. The Public Works team and the activities that we are involved in serve as a bellwether, not just for the county organization, but also for the region. And the good news is that we are seeing economic conditions improve and post-COVID levels of uncertainty decline, and expect some moderate levels of revenues in FY22. The downside at the same time is that we are experiencing common headwinds that are associated with the booming business cycle, but primarily labor market shortages and price increase pressures across the board. Despite this, we are confident that we are able to maintain and get and service and invest in the county's road infrastructure and keep the promises and services that we have for our residents next fiscal year and beyond. Lucinda already mentioned and touched on the vision and mission and values of our team. I wanted to highlight on this slide the work that we've done for addressing our strategic priorities plan. As a people-driven organization, our team has focused this last year on building on our strengths and knowledge and commitment to serve our communities. And we've had 40 members of our team across the Public Works Division working together and meeting in smaller teams and identifying action items that support the 7 pillars that you see here of our strategic priorities that will guide the work for the future years for the department. I want to note that the practical solutions and innovations and commitments of these action items that have surfaced will propel our organization to serve the public and implements the board's vision effectively and seamlessly. This next slide is a high-level snapshot of our department structure, resources, and roles and responsibilities. I want to point out that we are a 121-person strong team that maintains over 1,000 miles of road systems. In the revenue section, I wanted to also highlight the board's strategic decision in 2014 and the subsequent voter approval of Proposition 403 that has not only diversified the state-controlled HERF and DLT transportation revenues for public works, but has stabilized our maintenance, snow removal activities, and road construction to benefit the county residents. The locally funded Prop 403 was especially critical as we experienced the first economic downturn this last year, and it will be even more critical and important when we deal with future deeper economic downturns that are about to come. We've shared with the board our org chart, and this is again a snapshot of that, and we can answer any questions in the future. So during the budget process, and then we can move to the next slide. During the budget process, we have provided a detailed list of our accomplishments of our team, but I just wanted to select and highlight just a couple of them on the next slide. Last year we were able to establish an occupational therapy program in partnership with the Vera Clinic for our team members to receive occupational therapy coaching and preemptively address occupational injuries. In the preceding 4 years, sprains and strains were the #1 type of injury among our team. Since the start of the occupational therapy program, we have not had any of these types of injuries, reducing missed work hours and readiness of our team. And I know that 1 year does not make a trend, but that is a promising number. The other point I wanted to highlight in the list of accomplishments is the development of the Oak Grove Material Pit in partnership with the Forest Service. We were able to produce about 25,000 cubic yards of materials on that site that will help us cost effectively maintain high use and recreational corridors like the Stoneman Lake roads and others in that area. And an important capital project that is in the process of completion is the Belmont Access Project that addresses both the safety and the roadway congestion in one of the fastest growing communities in the county. This infrastructure project supports a balanced economic growth opportunities by providing both the multimodal transportation between the neighborhoods in Belmont, as well as better access to the businesses in that community. The video highlighted and we are very proud of the 286 miles of roads in the county that the county maintains in the Navajo Nation, ensuring that those gravel and dirt roads are maintained and serve the residents of the nation. And Lucinda already mentioned this, but I cannot stress how dedicated our team is in supporting the county's wide COVID response and participating fully and without any hesitation in achieving the county's larger goals and priorities as we deal with these concerns. A couple of other, and we can move to the next slide, a couple of other noteworthy accomplishments that I wanted to share with the board is the completion of the 2 cinder barns, both in Williamson and Flagstaff. They were both completed on time and under budget, and they serve the county communities in Flagstaff and Williams area during the winter season and effectively increase public safety and vehicle travel during snow events. We also resurfaced approximately 64 miles of gravel roads across the county that have a direct impact on the quality and access of the roads by our residents. But we are very proud of these accomplishments. Again, these are very small highlights. On the impact of the COVID-19, it goes without saying that COVID has had a negative impact on our team, just like with the county organization and the larger community. Members of our team have experienced loss of family and friends due to this pandemic, and as a highly connected team that thrives on personal engagement and personal relationship, COVID has had a negative impact on our communications and interactions with one another. But with the end in sight, we want to intentionally recover this coming year from these impacts and construct our path forward that will help us build a team that is strong and that responds together to the needs of our residents. Mr. Chairman, before I turn the presentation over to Christopher, I wanted to check and see if you or other board members have any questions this time.
Just checking in. How are we doing in terms of time management, Lucinda? We good for questions right now, or you want to?
So let's hold off on the questions if we could until the end. Thank you.
Yeah, and if board members could just, write down your questions.
Limited time, I think we have to hold off.
Okay, that would be good. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Esther, and thank you, Chair Ryan. I'm going to go over some of the numbers for the Public Works budget, as well as our projects and our projected projects for fiscal year 22, and then ended on what we see in the legislative landscape. So we can go to the next slide. So we may remember that we have been experiencing better than expected revenues. And so we wanted to modify our fiscal year 21 budget and take advantage of those revenues and get a lot of work and buy equipment that was needed completed in fiscal year 21. So these projects are either underway, equipment's being purchased, or we're working through the contracting phase of these projects. Some of these projects will spill into fiscal year 22, the fall of this year. Just given the construction season, it's been really popular in the construction area, and contractors are just overwhelmed. And so to ensure the best price and good quality work, we're going to need to extend some of this work into the fall. But it's moving forward and as expected. Next slide. Looking at our revenues for fiscal year 21, you can see that we're anywhere between 20 and 30% above expected revenues. We did have somewhat of a conservative budget when we planned for fiscal year 21, and we just haven't seen the dip nearly, to the degree that we expected. On the next slide, you can see that the pre-COVID numbers, so that would be fiscal year 19 on the bottom. We looked at those numbers compared to what our fiscal year 21 revenues are for each of these funds. You can see that we're exceeding pre-COVID numbers. And so we haven't seen the dip. We see a real healthy revenue stream. And we've broken up the funds. Public Works is funded in our transportation funds. We have a highway user revenue fund. We have the road maintenance sales tax, and that's funded by Proposition 403. And then we have vehicle license tax. Each of these funds have designated uses and expenses that can be used. So we keep them separate so that we can make sure that we stay in compliance with those requirements. Let's go to the next slide. So when we look at managing our infrastructure and spending those capital dollars, we follow a 10-year capital plan where we identify expected revenues, and then we prioritize the work that we need to complete to provide the level of service that we hope we can for the constituents of Coconino County. Specifically on roads, we look at average daily traffic, pavement conditions, safety, service life, and then available grants and other funding sources. And the engineering division has been pretty successful in landing these federal grants to help us complete projects on Lake Mary Road, Mormon Lake Road, and we still don't have the absolute guarantee that we have the Perkinsville Road project, but it looks like that we'll be getting that one as well. Now, so we hope to continue with that grant program. We have a good relationship with Central Federal Lands, and then we continue to apply for and pursue other grants. Let's look at the next slide. So in our strategic capital plan or our investments for fiscal year 22, you can see the breakdown of equipment purchases, highway construction, continued Navajo Department of Transportation matching funds, and then public works facility improvements. We have aging infrastructure in our buildings. We have a lot of buildings throughout the county that road maintenance team utilizes to carry out their mission. And we need to bring some of those facilities up to address safety issues and infrastructure shortfalls. And the next slide, I think Lucinda and I will both talk about this one. In the legislative landscape, we continue to, I got switched up on slides, sorry. So in our funding requests, our new funding request or our service improvement request is to invest $150,000 in transportation planning, and that includes traffic studies. We'd like to get ahead of developments and be less reactive and have more plans in place to understand where development's going to happen and the traffic impacts that will cause. Some of the key areas that we see are in the Doney Park, Timberline, Fernwood area, and as well as the Belmont area, but really throughout the county. We would like to update some transportation plans, conduct those studies, and be able to help guide the recommendations that we're making and the requests that we're making as development, multifamily development that seems to be coming on strong. As those developments are proposed, we would like to have those numbers and then also improve upon what's already there with multimodal, like bicycle lanes, walking paths and things like that. And we're also, another funding request is the $85,000 for evacuation traffic planning. We'd like to look at those routes and planning with the communities to identify safe evacuation routes through communities like Munns Park, Kachina Village, Mountain Air. I think the Schultz fire has really shown, and the museum fire, that things can happen right next to populated areas. And if we haven't already worked with Wes and his team and worried about those things, as we were talking about, that things may not go as smooth as we'd like them to. So let's go to the next slide, Jeremy. And then we've been looking at the American Rescue Plan and what projects we would propose for that. We've identified the resources for resilient communities, deferred infrastructure, and ideally we touch a road with pavement preservation type activities once every 7 years. We haven't always been able to do that. And so we do have a deficiency or deferred maintenance that we'd like to conduct, both on the roads, but then also on our buildings as well. And then we would look at the reconstructing the final phase of Lake Mary Road that hasn't been touched through one of these Central Federal Lands grants. So let's go to the next slide. So this is the slide, the legislative landscape, where we're looking at advocating at the state and federal level. And we've been successful. And it's amazing to see the response that we're getting and the conversations that we're having, though we haven't seen the gas tax actually rise, but there's a lot of good conversations going. And so I know Supervisor Ryan helps on the Rural Transportation Committee at the state level. And through our professional organizations, like I'm vice president of the Arizona Association of County Engineers, and we're advocating for, to address what will happen when electrical vehicles become more popular, even more popular, and we're not collecting gas tax, and what does that look like, and how should that play out? And we're looking at other grant opportunities through the federal government, and we continue to advocate for reauthorization of the Secure Rural Schools and Roads program. So I think that's all I have. Lucinda, you want to talk a little bit about legislative landscape and take it from there?
Certainly I can. In terms of, I think many of these items you have seen before on the board's priority for advocacy. The one at the bottom there, I know, is one that the board took a position in opposition to, that any tax increase by any jurisdiction in the state would require a 2/3 approval. That makes that very challenging. That's very threatening to many different forms of funding that are used at the city and county level, particularly. We can go to the next slide. In fact, Jeremy, go ahead and go over to the compensation slide. I'll come back to the tenure. So the top priority for Public Works this year is competitive compensation. And I know the board, of course, has been having a great deal of conversation about this. I think, we support that conversation. It's critical to retaining and attracting quality team members. We require people that have specific certifications throughout the organization. High skill level is required with independent certifications. We recently conducted a team member survey, and compensation was identified as the key issue. I think that really reflects the need for a true market study. We've done this with some other positions within the organization, like nurses and other things, but I think what we're finding is that with particularly our operators and our heavy equipment mechanics, that it's very difficult to hire these people, and we're competing with a well-compensated market in construction and maintenance within this state. So we support, either a market increase, cost of living. We have also, if you look at the 10-year, we did build in some funding for addressing compression and inequities as well. So that's a top priority. Relative to the 10-year plan, I'm not going to walk through these. It would take quite a bit of time. We have we actually have 3 10-year plans in public works, specifically to our road operations. One is our road maintenance sales tax 10-year plan. The other is the vehicle license tax 10-year plan. And then those in effect contribute to an overall 10-year transportation plan. A lot of details to those. I'm very happy to sit down with you and walk through those. We can certainly do that. Bottom line is that we are in good financial shape. There are some opportunities, and some of the opportunities that we want to focus on investing in over this next 10 years are continuing to improve our drainage maintenance. That is an arena that we continue to need to improve. Safety, continuing to pursue the safety improvements on all of our roads, increasing our sweeping. That is really fundamental to safety. And then we're looking at various strategies for striping. Our striper is, I think, over 20 years old. And to actually replace it's going to be about $800,000. So we're looking at what should we be doing versus potentially outsourcing and the cost benefit associated with that. In addition to that, I think there are some opportunities in terms of investing, on other roads in our system, as well as looking more closely at our reserves. And I know Siri's brought this up relative to the general fund. We have increased and are in a process of increasing our reserves, but given that we have, just a couple examples, we've had a road failure took place at one time now I think it was about 12 years ago or so, where Loop Road, there was a failure to a section of Loop Road, and that had to be reconstructed. That cost us over $5 million at that time. Again, that was 10 to 15 years ago. And then when we experience disasters, typically Public Works is impacted. For example, just in the first year of Schultz, we incurred between $5 to $6 million in impacts to the roadway infrastructure alone, of which we did not get full reimbursement from FEMA. So I think looking again at those reserves, making sure they're adequate, and not only the emergency reserve, but also the operating reserve, as well as the revenue smoothing, again, to make sure with the revenue smoothing that we can get through the downturns and maintain our level of service. Important to understand that with Proposition 403, the number one priority really was to fund operations because our ability to operate, and because of the vacancy level and so forth that we sustained through the Great Recession, was really impacted. First funds in go to operations. Remaining funds, whatever funds are available, go to capital improvements. So road projects, equipment, that type of thing, facility improvements. And so, making sure that again, we stick to that philosophy that's embedded in 403. When we have excess revenues or fund balance, investing. When we don't, we're able to, though, maintain our operations. That's the fundamental philosophy that we want to continue. And I think with that, we're ready for any questions. Thank you.
Oh, trying to fix my printer and listening as well, of course. Actually, just real quickly on my side, just to note, Yeah, and you have so much more that you could talk about, but really appreciate all the hard work of your people. You know, we see them out there. They're always out there, you know, night and day, doing so much in so many different arenas. You know, I have some specific questions I want to get to, but rather than hop into mine, I want to give a chance for the rest of the board to go ahead and ask questions. So I'm going to go through rotation. I'll shift over to District 2. Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez.
Well, thank you, Lucinda, for a great presentation and your team. Good job. I really appreciate learning all the different aspects and areas of public works. It's a lot more than you would imagine, you know, and so good job, because this is the stuff where the rubber meets the road. You're literally taking care of, you know, our infrastructure for the county, and so it's really appreciated. I didn't really have any questions. I just wanted to commend you on great work, and looking forward to seeing upcoming projects coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Judy Begay. Judy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chris, and also Lucinda and who else made the presentation? Elsler. I really appreciate the presentation that was made, and a lot of reading, a lot of information that was provided to us in this packet, you know, regarding public works. So certainly, you know, there's a lot to be done still, but, you know, I think, you know, it's doable, but we have to make sure we have adequate staff and dollars, you know, to ensure that we, you know, get things done the way we want to get it done. So I just want to bring up that, you know, a question. And I know that you're doing a lot of roads within the county, and you are also maintaining BIA roads to a certain extent or things like that. So my question is, how do you prioritize roads to be part of the county road listing that you have? That would be a question that I have to see. I know you maintain them, and there are a lot of roads out there that really need to be maintained. So that's my question.
Yeah, there's a number of criteria that are used to prioritize the roads. Big focus on the average daily traffic, how much traffic is on that road. The other major factor is the condition of the pavement. The other major factor is safety. If there have been specific safety issues on a road that are documented through what we call documented accidents, documented other types of, typically it's accidents or other types of issues that have been documented by the sheriff's office in terms of safety relative to a roadway. Those are really the top three criteria. Certainly the age of the roadway and any other kinds of drainage or deterioration issues that may be taking place as well play into that. So I think very importantly that, you know, we use we've used very good science over the last 3 years to go through and develop our capital improvement plan, which is in your packet. Didn't have time today to walk through that, but we certainly can with each of you as desired, and can show you how the criteria are applied to that plan. So that very much, you know, influences, which I think is a really important thing, because to be honest, you know, this is a very sensitive issue to people. Everybody thinks their road's the most important, and it can become very political, to be honest. And we've really worked hard to use science, new technology, and use sound criteria to make decisions about road investments. And I would say I've been extremely pleased because our public has strongly supported that. And even when we sit down with people and we show them, hey, here's how we prioritize and then they accept that. They understand that we're using science. So
As Supervisor Begay, that's how we prioritize the paved roads. Curious, maybe is part of your question about how we prioritize the gravel roads as well, or how often we try to rework gravel roads, or were you mostly thinking about paved roads?
Both. I was thinking about both of them overall, the gravel, the dirt roads, and then also the paved roads.
And gravel is very much, again, related to level of traffic. We do traffic counts every year, every other year on roads. So it's very much related to traffic counts. It's also related to condition. We instituted with 403 a program, you'll see it on the 10-year, what we call a small scale drainage program, to try to chip away at some of the locations where we've had historic problems with drainage that affected roadway conditions. So that's really a very similar set of criteria. Of course, you don't have the pavement condition to play into it. The issue with pavement is that if you let it go, the cost escalates exponentially. It escalates very rapidly if you don't do the pavement maintenance in between major reconstructions. Then you will pay that full reconstruction cost, which right now is somewhere between anywhere $1 million to $2 million a mile. So the pavement can end up costing you a significant amount. That was one of the main drivers why people voted for 403, was because they understood that it was a pay me now or pay me later issue. And we had done a study and looked at that and had provided those numbers during that educational discussion with them about the proposition. And they understood that if we didn't start investing now, it would cost tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars. And frankly, we'd had no money to maintain any of the gravel roads. So that was a very important aspect of 403.
Yeah. Okay. So, so anyway, I just kind of was wondering about that, because I know we do have roads here and there that are being maintained. And we do have a challenge, because we have VIA roads, we have Navajo Nation roads, we have county roads, and we have NHA, Navajo Housing Authority, has their own roads out there too, through subdivisions or and then we had some subdivisions that had NTUA had put those roads in there at one point in time. So it's just I don't know, it's really hard to work I guess with that. But anyway, I just want to thank you for the presentation. A lot to learn about public works, and I'm learning as we go along, and I appreciate the presentation, and we'll just continue, with the other presentations that you have for us today, Lucinda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll probably add to a little bit of that discussion that we had. I don't know if it's more specific to roads on Navajo Nation, or if you're asking more broadly on 403, which I think a lot of the answers were the more broadly pieces. Part of once upon a time, we weren't doing roads on Navajo Nation, but there's a dependency through BIA and now NDOT for federal funds. Well, there hasn't been much of an allocation for Navajo Nation tribal territories through the federal government. So it's always this, oh my gosh, there's not much money. What do you do? There was a great need associated with school bus routes. And we were able, actually what we did, we used some of our other federal funding, like forest fees, say, maybe we can bring these in to help out and try and work on coordination associated with that. So that's kind of how we got our foot into, what roads do we do? And then Prop 403 was a sales tax that related to predominantly those routes, but some expansion associated with it. It's one of those jurisdictional. We don't have the responsibility, but BIA and NDOT do. Kind of like cities, we don't fund city roads, but the need was great. We saw it. We looked for other funding sources, and that's a piece associated with a little bit of the history of how we got into it, what we're doing, how we try and prioritize. Going to Lucinda's point, it's a conversation I have with every one of my unincorporated communities. Can you get somebody else to pay for my roads? Can you pave them for me? Or can you maintain, can you get the county to come in? And so we get pretty strict about discussions out in the unincorporated areas of, if you want that improvement, you need to pay for it. And that's how we create road improvement districts. It's putting the burden back onto the community to say, you didn't pay for this, so is there a way that you'll bring money in to pay for that? If we get it up to that improvement, then we can incorporate it into our maintenance program, but it's got to meet our specifications. So it's kind of a longer discussion of our operations, which we can end up having offline or get another work session that we can go into. It's a lot of stuff, so we can it's a continued conversation with that.
And then also, I think that's where our partnership MOUs and IGAs and all this stuff goes through, because we still under county. I don't care. I say we are the county, the whole Coconino County. We should be able to work with something together, especially rural communities, because they're in need. And I guess, yeah, they may be getting funding, but Lena, myself, and others probably on the board know that we get nothing on the western side of the reservation. And when it comes down, everybody has their own pots, and it's a political thing that happens, and we're lucky if we can get anything on Western Navajo. And so, and now here, we're saying it's county funds, and it's county this, and Navajo, pretty much, it's Navajo fund. But how are we going to work together? How are we going to move on together with this whole thing? And then it's not right, to say that. I know it's been brought to my attention over and over again. But what about our rural communities? How are we going to help them? It doesn't even have to be money. It doesn't even have to be, I'm here, and I've been brought on, because people needed help. And I'm going to voice this, and I do have people out there that are, threatening about, the county, why are we voting? Why are we doing this? Maybe we shouldn't even vote for the county. And I just want to express that concern here again. So I would like to hear, is let's see what the possible, let's work together on this. Let's establish partnerships, and that's what we're about. The county is about that. So anyway, I guess I just heard it too many times that it's to me, I don't feel right about it. But I'm going to continue to push to talk about partnerships, rural communities, how we're going to help them, and how we're going to move forward, how we're going to do this and that. So that's what I would like to say. And it's very important to me, the people that are all over. We have the Hopi tribe that's there. And, we have other tribes. We have people in the southern part of the county, Clint Wells and all down there. And some of them are calling, what kind of help and what kind of services is the county going to be giving us? So we're not really helping people throughout the whole county. Maybe with roads, yes, I see that. And I want to thank Lucinda, and her crew, for really trying to move forward with that and to help. HSS, the same thing was brought up. People have their own funding. And so no, if anybody that comes to Flagstaff, whether on a trip, whether they're with their family, I personally think that we should accommodate those shots in which we are now. So those are the concerns that I have. And I think, we need to start working together, and we need to think the county as a whole. Everybody in the whole Coconino County should be helped in some way. We have trash issues. A lot of people are calling us on trash. And how are we going to help? I know that the chapter is supposed to be hiring someone, and then we were supposed to try to work with them by putting in a trash bin there. But I don't think, one end was not carried out. So things like that, and who's going to pursue it are, there are people that we work with and people that are in our county. So I just want to say that. So I really, really want to push for the rural communities and everybody else, even within the city. We all have needs. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
And thank you, Judy. It's always our challenge because we have limited resources also. And how do we manage them and not expose county to liabilities? So we have to manage, and yet we want to provide services, but we can't be all things for all people also. And, it's a role that we step into as supervisors. We're representatives, but we can't bring everything out there. So how can we manage expectations and yet build partnerships that are productive? And based on a lot of these presentations, digging deeper into the information, I think we can see we've built some really good partnerships for the limited resources that we've had the ability to manage. And the need is so much greater. You're very good in expressing it. The need is so much greater. We definitely see that, and it's how do we manage that and see what our opportunities are, but we also need to manage expectations of our communities as well in a fair way of where we distribute, how we do it, and all. I need to roll on. We're running a little tight, but not too tight. These are good conversations that we can continue to have. Next would be District 5 and Vice Chair Supervisor Lena Fowler. Lena.
Yes, thank you. Hey, I've forgotten about that video. I didn't
Was a surprise?
that out. Yes, I was very surprised. So thank you for showing that video. We've done a number of videos to really get the education out as to why we have Proposition 403, and it was a voter approved, and it in that says exactly what roads, how we're going to do the service. And that's the reason why we have the voters approve that. And it's a great project. I will, it is we have an agreement with BIA and then Navajo Nation, and it's BIA roads, the Bureau of, Indian Affairs, that's their roads. Navajo Nation is still in the process of the self-determination, using that anyway to take over all the roads, and that hasn't happened yet, but we still have an agreement with BIA. And then we have special districts, where special districts are created to bring roads up to standard, especially in community streets, and then we able to take them over. So those special districts, I don't know how many we still have left, but the communities pay into that, and then they bring the roads to standard. So there's a lot of education to be done still in the road maintenance by the county. I do have a question. I'm gonna have to question the transportation plan, 150,000. I'm not sure what you're talking about on that end. Probably have to really understand what that is for and how long it will take and what roads will be taking. It seems like such a high amount of dollars for a plan. So I would have to really look at that. The emergency evacuation, we've had a number of emergencies where it may have had, I don't know if we've ever really had a communities that were evacuated yet. We have had our sheriff's department go in during fires at various points to help out. But if that was to take place, I would think that your proposal would have to come in with emergency management. And I don't think it can be a standalone. And I don't know if we really need it. And which communities are you looking at? Because emergency happens all over the place. So I don't know which communities you're looking at. And then what is your coordination with our federal agencies? Because these emergencies happen on federal lands. So when you're talking about evacuation, I would think that you would have to work with our federal agencies and other land, and even the cities, to see how that can be done. I would think that's a coordinated effort. So with that kind of effort, I would think maybe this is maybe this is part of I don't know if we can approve a budget now, maybe we can do a set aside to be tapped into later. I would have to look into the county manager to find out if this is the right time for this proposal. And then we have our transportation bill that is moving through and maybe approved at the federal level. How are we preparing for that? And all the other departments talked about those proposals, possibilities, and I didn't hear that from you. And this is a transportation bill that is going through. And also the ARP, what are the needs that are there? Or is there, some of your ideas maybe fit into that? Maybe you just put it in a general form thinking, okay, this will be filtered out later. So that's where I would question that as well. And then, I think those are the only things that you brought up. So that would be my response, and I look forward to these continued discussions. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a lot of questions. I'm not sure we can get them all answered associated with that, because we want to keep managing our time also. Are you okay with getting follow-up associated with these, Lena, or did you have one or two specific ones?
I think it's a continued discussion, and by the end of the time that we're done with our, we have our parking lot. This is one of them that I think that we need to come back to. I just can't, at this point, I just cannot say, yes, that can be done. So, and then you have a large revenue. And is that where you're tapping into your thinking, or where? I'm not sure. So I just need more information. Thank you.
Yeah, we can put it on the parking lot and come back and provide more detail.
Thank you.
All right. So then moving to Supervisor Horstman, Patrice.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Lucinda and Christopher and Essler, for your great presentation, but also for all your hard work. It seems that I'm calling you all the time. So I certainly appreciate all of your help. And yes, I understand exactly what Supervisor both Begay and Fowler are talking about. Certainly our rural communities, roads. That's what we hear about whenever we are out there and talking with our constituents in our rural communities. And I'm hopeful that besides ARP planning, which it's very apparent your Public Works is looking at, and I appreciate that, and I look forward to more information on that. But I'm also hoping that you're going to take a look at the American Job Plan, because that's really what it was created for, and to really look at transportation and the partnerships. And by the way, it is a partnership, especially when you work with other jurisdiction, other municipalities, and other sovereignties. So I'm hopeful that there can be really a true partnership in looking at transportation and road needs. And won't it be nice if there is some money coming from the federal government to be able to assist with our very, very strong and important infrastructure needs here in northern Arizona, and especially in our rural communities. Secure rural schools, I do have a question to ask you. Secure rural schools has always been shared with schools, that's the name. And I know that they have taken mostly a lion's share of this funding. And I guess I'd like to hear from you all the importance of maintaining your 25% of that funding. How important is this of a revenue source for you in Public Works with your 10-year planning going forward?
My response would be that, it's important. I have, a fair amount of concern that if Proposition 403 is not renewed, then those funds would become extremely critical. And I think it's important to understand that, for example, on Nation, we spend, upwards of about $1 million a year maintaining both through the routine maintenance and then the capital matching program. And we receive $167,000 from BIA. And from Forest Service, we maintain over 300 miles of road, many of which are our major roads in this county, like Mary Road, Townsend, Winona, Loop Road, Perkinsville, other main roads that we maintain, big, important regional connectors that we maintain that are very expensive to maintain. And that is the funding that's supposed to be supporting that type of maintenance is those federal funds, because we get no other federal funds. So we have been successful with securing the Federal Lands Access Program funds. We are advocating and have continued to advocate for very strongly that some of the American Jobs funds go into that program so that our rural roads get funding. It doesn't just all go to urban areas. We're advocating with our senators and representatives to support that specific funding area, and that continues to be very important. If we could get access to more of those funds, that would be really helpful for supporting that. In addition, Navajo Nation is supposed to be receiving through ARP, several $1 billion, of which a component of that will be for infrastructure as we understand it. And so we're very hopeful that they will have additional funds to be able to spend on Nation, that we can again work with them to hopefully facilitate getting those projects implemented, as well as support with our capital matching.
I think these partnerships are so important when we're trying to do a huge project such as funding roads on these areas. So in terms of transportation planning or traffic studies, I look forward to talking to you more on that. I can certainly see how that could have been very helpful, for example, out in Kachina. And we are looking and we are seeing so many developments coming our way here in the county. And I think it's really important that we have a long range view on this. And certainly traffic safety and building community safety, traffic studies, I think, are an important part of that. So I look forward to talking to you about that more in the future. And then lastly, in terms of compensation, I appreciate you letting us know, and I know some of the departments have, that your department feels that we need to stay competitive. And I know especially probably when in your market or your department, where you do have a lot of competing markets going on with construction, et cetera, and you have highly skilled workers and certified workers. So have you done any kind of informal study? Do you think that 3% is being recommended for across the board, if that's going to help keep us competitive, especially within your department?
We have not done a recent study, and the studies that have been done historically working with HR have only looked at the public sector. And I think there's a need to look both at the public sector and the private sector, because frankly, we're competing with the private sector and largely competing with the private sector. But I will also say that HR has been very supportive. We've worked over the last several years to implement an operator retention and attraction program that's supported by a very strong training program so we can grow our own. And we've done the same with our heavy equipment mechanics. But it took us, I think we implemented that program 3 years ago. We finally, we have one more recruitment we're actually doing right now for a heavy equipment mechanic. If that's successful, then we actually will have a full complement. This is the first time that I'm aware of in probably 10 years plus that we've had a full set of heavy equipment mechanics.
Well, and that then speaks well in terms of that you're working with HR and increasing the compensations, keeping you competitive. And that was really my question. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, the number one vulnerability we have is making sure that we have people that can conduct the maintenance operations. And that's our vulnerability.
And then my last question, and then I will turn it back over to the chair. My last is, you have a lot of expensive equipment. I mean, when I take a look at some of your equipment and the trucks and the specialized equipment that you have, I can only imagine your 10-year capital budget is so important to you all. And I think that it is part of our part going forward of investment versus outsourcing. And so I look forward to hearing a little bit more from you all in Public Works and what you think we should be investing in this very, very expensive equipment versus looking at outsourcing some of these projects. So I look forward to that in further discussions. Your 800,000 for a striper is a perfect example. So yeah. Appreciate it. And thank you. And Mr. Chair,
we're doing a pilot this year to outsource about half of our striping to see where the cost actually comes in and how effective they are and how efficient it is. So that's something we'll be bringing back next year. So good. We think that outsourcing the main line striping is probably going to be cost effective. So, but we'll be coming back to the board with that next year.
Good. And I do have one more question. Sorry. I just want to make sure that Lena Fowler is going to invite us to the Oscars when she is there to receive her award.
That's right. Can we get an autograph before they go up in price?
A row seat, huh?
Yeah.
Nicely done, Lena. Very nicely done.
Yeah, there are many areas here, and the good thing with Public Works is we get repetitive presentations during work sessions on various areas. I'd love to comment on a bunch of them. Just quickly though, I sit on a lot of transportation boards and have for a long time. An element of sustainability is first, we need a revenue source. Most of our revenue comes through state allocations and or federal, but predominantly state. It's dependent upon supposedly user fees, the HERF, although we have the sales tax that beefs us up because HERF wasn't producing. Well, that hasn't been renewed, and the return on investment, the cost benefit associated with the tax, the cost of goods, et cetera, they've changed quite a lot since the early 90s. That's true. State level, we've been trying to advocate for at least, if not a new source to have an adjustment. It's one of the few tax sources that does not adjust. And that's true at the federal level also. So basically what we see is every community has needs associated with roads, and roads are very expensive. And so we continue to advocate for that. We've made headway locally by bringing 403 forward, which is really good, but that doesn't fill the full gap. The other piece associated with the federal funds, I fully agree. Can we use our opportunity to pull it in first to deal with our statutory responsibilities and the roads that we handle, but go beyond that. And how can we work with our partners to work together and build that synergy so that the benefit comes into the county with those particular partners. If we can get agreements, IGAs as referred to by Supervisor Begay, absolutely. We have some foundation associated with them for these one-time monies. How do we work together and optimize that? I'd love to talk about all kinds of programs, but we're well beyond our time on this particular one. We'll have time in the future. Just Steve, you're up. Did you want to comment before we hop on to the next phase with Lucinda?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you for your comments. We have a number of follow-ups to do. We probably will, we'll get to those when we do the follow-up, but I think there's some issues that we'll be looking at work sessions in the future. At the same time, we would want to reserve an appropriation, knowing that in order to execute on those appropriations, we would be coming before the board to identify how we would be executing on those obligations that we've identified. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Okay, Lucinda, gearing up your next group that we have is the flood control district. Oh gosh.
Want to take a break, a quick break, or?
Yeah, we need that for the board. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Let's take
back on track with flood control.
Why don't we try and keep it to 5 if we can? We've been going a long time. So why don't we come back at about 10:26 here? There we go. Sorry about that. Needed to check in on just process real quick here. All right, we should be back. Looks like we have everybody up, and then let's just hop right into it. So Lucinda, you're coming up with flood control.
Yes, thank you. And Jay and Christopher will be presenting a couple of slides as well. I'm just going to quickly kick it off. This is just I think you've seen this photograph before, but this is a side by side of the area that's been thinned through the county flood control district's investments on Bill Williams Mountain. And you can see the tremendous improvement that this has made as a result. Again, the threat from this mountain is significant, estimated at over $400 million in potential economic impact if we lose Williams through wildfire and flooding. With that, we can go to the next slide here, Jeremy. And this is the mission, really committed to the prevention of post-wildfire flooding through forest restoration and to, looking at the potential for flooding in those areas and to mitigating those flood impacts and other flood impacts in our FEMA flood areas, FEMA designated flood areas throughout the county. So, and we, on behalf of FEMA, we manage the National Flood Insurance Program in areas, in the unincorporated areas of the county, as well as in Sedona and Williams and Tucson. We do not manage an FIP on tribal nations. That is done through a direct relationship with FEMA and those individual tribes. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Good morning, Chair Ryan and members of the board and County Manager Peru. Quick overview of the Flood Control District. Obviously, we are continuing, as Lucinda said, to prioritize forest restoration as we look to protect our communities from catastrophic wildfire and post-wildfire flooding. And we also, as she said, the National Flood Insurance Program, which is set apart for the Flood Control District to oversee. Then we also have capital projects that we've worked on to help mitigate flood risks throughout the county. So we can go ahead and then obviously what's been important here lately is the pre-disaster planning as we try to get ahead of these disasters, which we'll talk a little bit about later. Next slide, please. So our FY21 accomplishments, we did complete the Bill Williams Mountain Steep Slope 1. That was 300 acres. About $10,000 an acre was the cost for that. We put in $800,000 as a flood control district. And in FY22, then we'll look at the Steep Slope 2, putting in $1 million this year in FY21 toward that, and then $1 million next year as well. And we have approximately 900 acres left of steep slope to treat on Bill Williams Mountain. We also completed the Mormon Mountain post-wildfire study. We've got a few little additions that we're asking J.E. Fuller to put into that study before we release it, but it is completed with a $40,000 study that we use now to help guide us in the work we'll do in that area. We completed the Mountain Dell flood mitigation project. Approximately cost was $900,000. We did come in under budget. And the purpose of that, really, we decreased the size of the floodplain and provided flood mitigation for 28 structures, including 20 homes, and also protecting the community's water system. In July, this July of 2021, the Mount Elden Estates Flood Mitigation Project, we'll be starting that. It's a $600,000 projected cost to that. This is one that Senator Kelly, when he came out and visited, was very interested in. So again, we really made some headway with the work that he wants to do to help us as we look to further projects in the future. And we're 90% complete on the Oak Creek Munns Park post-wildfire study. That study is really putting some new models together to help us understand where we can best utilize our funding as a flood control district to prevent those wildfires which create the post-wildfire flooding effects. So we are really interested in seeing the outcome of that, hopefully in the first part of FY22. Goals and priorities for FY22. Obviously, forest restoration will continue to be one of our main focuses with Bill Williams Mountain as a priority. We are working also with the economic development team to continue to cultivate forest industry, which will bring those costs down for all of us as we try to increase the pace and scale of forest restoration. We're going to evaluate the Upper Rio de Flag. I've already been working with the Forest Service and the City of Flagstaff as we look to maybe promote something similar to the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, but for the Upper Rio and the western slopes of the San Francisco Peaks. Grants, we're going to seek out more grants for federal funding. This will include the American Jobs Plan that we've talked about a lot this morning. So we're going to be seeking out those fundings, and we need to get plans in place. And so we're going to be working hard to get that done by the start of fiscal year 22. And that's just really mainly to help us assist us in funding these projects that are so critical. Mitigation, education, and outreach continue to be a priority as well as we work to help those that are affected by fire and post-fire flooding, especially the museum fire, that we can educate and get people to understand the need for what we're doing there to protect the communities from the museum fire. Next slide, please. So our strategic investments. In forest restoration, we're looking at $3.29 million. That's for the capital projects like forest restoration on Bill Williams Mountain. Remember, we put $1 million aside last year so that we could put it into this fiscal year for this steep slope 2 for Bill Williams Mountain. So that $1 million will come out of this $3.29 million. This is going to be also helping us to work on a long-term project cost and contract for Bill Williams Mountain. And also the REPI grant, we'll be looking at that again this fall as it comes up, and we'll need funding to help match those for the REPI grant. The rain gauge maintenance, this is a very critical part of what we do to help inform, educate, and let people know if there's an imminent threat for flooding coming off of the Schultz fire or the museum fire, and now we have one on Bill Williams Mountain as well. We have $100,000 set aside in National Flood Insurance Program professional services. This is to support the FEMA flood mapping that we're doing and the Tucson floodplain resolution, and then other studies that are hydrologically based studies as we look throughout the county. And then we have $75,000 in pre-flood prep. Most of the money that we're spending is coming out of this FY21 budget for this year, but we wanted to have some as we see what happens with the monsoon season. We wanted to make sure we had funding available for next year. Next slide, please. So getting back to this post-wildfire flooding versus forest restoration. So why are we interested? Why are we spending money on forest restoration? Well, we estimate the $15 million cost to treat the steep slopes of Bill Williams Mountain. The upward end of the regional economic impact is $679 million. That's a 45 times cost savings. And that is what we're looking at as we try to mitigate and get ahead of these. And the adage of an ounce of prevention is a pound of prevention. I knew I'd get that wrong. You know what I'm saying? We want to spend the money up front to prevent the fire and the flood. The Schultz fire, the ERI did the study of $147 million full cost. The county put in $30 million. Their study showed that there was a 2 to 3 times cost of suppression and response due to flooding versus spending the money to get forest restoration completed.
And I'm going to turn it over to Christopher.
Thanks, Jake. It occurred to me, I don't know to say Director Ryan or Chair Ryan. So I'm going to talk about the budget now, the numbers again, and we are looking at the budget, and we had hoped that due to the dollars spent in response to the museum fire, that the emergency response, the evacuation support, and then the flood mitigation efforts that happened there right after the museum fire started, and as it weighed down, that the flood control district budget would receive a reimbursement from the general fund. But due to COVID and the strain that placed on the general fund budget, we are not anticipating getting the $1.45 million general fund transfer. And we've really tightened the belt on the flood control district budget and tried to balance the budget. But on the next slide, you'll see that fiscal year 22 budget is going to end in a funding gap of about $115,000. And then in the next fiscal year 23, we'll have another funding gap of $332,000. The revenue for flood control district is around $4 million. So $1.5 million causes a significant impact. The revenue from the flood control district receives is coming from assessed values of homes, and it's about if we look at a $350,000 home, and the current tax rate is 22.8 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. So on average, the annual household is paying about $80 a year for that tax that the flood control district is receiving. The rate can be as high as 50 cents, I believe. It's been 40 cents before, but right now it's set at 22.8 cents. Let's go to the next slide. A significant role that for the county that the flood control district plays, that John Carr, some of the staff at community development and staff at public works, the engineering division play, is within the National Flood Insurance Program and the administration of the National Flood Insurance Program. It's a FEMA mandated program. We need to make sure we stay in compliance as people work in and around our floodplains, and we manage our floodplains appropriately. We've been working with FEMA, looking at the remapping of the floodplains. It's a FEMA-driven process, and the Kachina Village, Mountain Air, the Pump House Wash maps are being updated, and we're out in the public with that. Then we're also going to be very soon doing the Oak Creek mapping, and then the Munns Park area as well. These are already underway. They've been underway for a lot of years, and they're really important to help people understand their flood risk, and it drives their insurance rates. It's important information that that we understand the extent of the 100-year floodplain, and that we can help guide development in those areas. So a funding request in fiscal year 22 for the flood control district is $60,000. It's operations cost for the air curtain burner in support of our Resilient Communities program. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lucinda for the last couple slides.
This bill we discussed under Public Works as well. Again, requires the 2/3 approval for any tax measure. This doesn't necessarily specifically apply to the flood control district, but if we were to continue to work with partners such as the City of Flagstaff, City of Sedona, City of Williams, they may want to avail themselves of that opportunity, much as Flagstaff did for the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Program, where they placed on the ballot and were successful in passing an initiative to fund that work. And, you know, additional funds are going to be needed both in Flagstaff and in other areas to address, you know, post-wildfire flooding risks. And so we don't want to lose this opportunity to be able to partner with them. So the next slide, please. So in terms of the 10-year plan, again, I'm not going to take the time to go through the details. Happy to sit down with you. I think a couple of important points here is that we're not proposing a rate increase. Again, we will be investing that $3.29 million in forest restoration this upcoming year. That's what we're proposing to spend. And that includes the movement of $1 million this year into next year, again, to accommodate that lack of transfer from the general fund, which that worked out actually pretty well given the timing with Bill Williams Mountain and the RFP for the work to be the next phase of work, phase 2 work to be done there. So we have no investments being made in any FCD infrastructure this year. Again, was noted, we completed the project last year in Mountain Dell. In terms of the funding gap, I'm hopeful that at least in terms of forest restoration, we are anticipating, I understand from USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, that they expect to be some significant funding for forest restoration in the American Jobs Plan. So if that is passed with that funding, I'm hoping that we can compete for that and help to make up that gap in those 2 years. And I think it's important to point out that we have no emergency reserves in the flood control district, although this is where we've experienced most of our emergencies over the last 10 years. We have no reserves. We did start down a path to build some reserves about 3 years ago, and then we had the museum effort. So, which at that point, I think we had about $250,000, $300,000 in reserves, and obviously we spent that. And we spent actually $1.2 million that year. So I think coming back next year, we want to have a conversation about beginning to rebuild those reserves. I think we need to set up a plan to rebuild those reserves into the future as well. So with that, I think that's the last slide, and happy to entertain any questions or comments.
All right. Thank you, Jay and Christopher and Lucinda. Just, you know, on my piece, you know, as noted, this is flood control, so specific areas of application of a tax base that's it's applied to. Noting that, you know, we went through a transition of I forget what we called it, but basically restructuring the flood control district and unifying it as originally should have been done. We did go through a reduction of the tax rates, but we brought in broader communities. It's a fine balance of where priorities are. Forest restoration has been one because we see what the cost is post-wildfire, as noted by Jay's slides. And so the focus there, really appreciate it. You know, long-term, first of all, operating with no reserve, we do want to fix that. I understand you're not proposing this year. It would help that we got more of an update for the sake of this current board that we have on where we are, how we're prioritizing, and then build from there. The opportunities that we have, what our limits are. So giving it a year as you're recommending, I understand why you are. but I would hope that we would modify and adjust our rate accordingly for what our needs are. But they are discussions with communities, with jurisdictions, and with the board for those pieces. So I really appreciate it. Love to see you get into get the grants for the forest resiliency. That would be wonderful. Seeing the opportunity for the American Jobs Program. I'm glad you're focused on that because here's an area that there are all those other funds that are out there that we have an opportunity that maybe we can take advantage of that. That may be, if they desire competitiveness and a match, that's where if we don't modify our rate, we won't have a lot of money to move around that much. And that's one I'd be curious to see, is there another way to make us flexible associated with it? I see our restrictions, but something I would encourage us to think about. I'll go ahead and roll through, and I believe I'm rolling through and starting with Supervisor Judy Begay.
Good morning, Lucinda and Chris. And also your staff are probably watching, and people that are watching, thank you and good morning. Basically, I think, we really need to think about this issue regarding floods, and that we're not going to be able to do everything that needs to get done, but I'm pretty sure that the board can try to help with mitigating the property, the risk of life and property caused by the damages that were done by flooding. So I'm thinking in those lines right there, and also the grants. We need to seek some grants in order to ensure that we have some adequate funding to continue investments in the forest restoration as far as the floodings are is concerned. So those are the only two areas that I wanted to bring up, and I felt that throughout the presentation that was my thoughts. And so again, I thank you very much, but flooding is something that's a natural disaster. That's something that we need to really think about. And then also fire. The other one is fire. So I thank you very much for allowing me to speak at this time. And thank you all for your hard work and continue to do so. Thank you.
Supervisor Lena Peller.
Thank you. Thanks. This is such a challenging department, the flood district. We have our forests, we have our fire, and we have the flood. And so they're always so, the disaster happens, and then it's a reactive. We're always reactive because we don't know what will ahead of time, what we're reacting to. And then there's the prevention side, and we've been really focused on prevention and that's why the prevention side of forest fire for some years now, and the cost is enormous, and we didn't do that before until the Schultz fire. That's taught us that we really have to take a look at where we are and why we need to focus on the prevention side, because it's the biggest threat that we have, because the forest fire turns into flood into the community, and so much property damage. So we really have to look at, and then just recently our flood district, the way that we allocate our funding changed because we didn't know what we didn't know happened in the past, and then we found out we're not in line with the state law, and we had to change, and now it's changed again. And then that's where I think Director our chair is talking about, we need to come back and see where we are with that, with working with the cities. And we don't have enough, and we've been very conservative on our, last time we decided not to increase the tax. And yet what's before us is pretty scary. And we have to really look at the reserve. How do we increase that reserve? It is so important that we have that, because if we don't have that, we have to figure out where else are we going to get those dollars from. And that's where we have to tap into whatever that we have on hand to be able to address the situation. Once again, this is emergency management. And it is so important that we all work across the board. And the federal fundings that are being discussed out there in DC right now, I'm just wondering how we may be able to tap into that. Yes, we have our job, American Job Plan. I don't remember what it's called, but anyway, it's focused on jobs. I think that, yes, that's one. There was also discussion on Job Corps. I don't know if that's embodied in that, but this one is challenging. We had bought you showed the picture of the burner, thinking that was going to somehow pay for itself and be able to get those dollars back. I don't know if it actually did, and where that fizzled out, or if it's still being used. I think we have to maybe develop another plan for that equipment. So because things are so expensive, this really has to, and I know you all do that. You're all such professionals. And but I think with the new eyes with the county manager, we really need to look at the whole spectrum of this emergency response that we have with our flood district, our partners and relationship with the cities and towns. And I think there were still some questions, and we're still going through that process. And that process needs to be completed. And we all need to understand what that completion looks like. But budget-wise, this is an area we have to really look at. And is that part of? I don't think it's part of a American response. The ARP. I don't know how we can put this in there, but this is a thinker, I think. Thank you.
I like that, a thinker. Patrice, before I roll through, do you mind if I ask just one question here? Okay. So, I'd be curious just to stop the bleeding, as well as creating that $300,000 reserve, what the modification of the rate would be. How much would you need in a modification of rate just to fill that gap, just to answer that question for us? And we have time to look at that.
Yeah,
Patrice.
That really has to be taken a serious look at, is the rate. And just, it is in our hands to be able to do that. And we know what the numbers are. We know and it doesn't just affect this department. When we talk about the impact, we talk about the flood district budget, but in a county response, it is multiple departments that get involved, and that's where those calculations are not revealed. And for that reason, we really have to take a look at that rate, and we have to figure out how we're going to be able to pay for everything. And and the communities expect us to be right there. Already this year, 100% of Arizona is in drought. and the forecast doesn't look very good. And so how are we going to pay for it? It's the county that is the response. And how do we respond if appropriately and with the appropriate resources on hand to protect the communities? So that's why I say this one is a very complex, and it takes a lot of planning, and that's why I call it a thinker. I think this is a thinker. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And I saw nodding on that, getting us those numbers and taking a look at that. We can have discussions to follow up on that. Patrice?
Yes, thanks. And I was going to get into that as well, but I'll just jump into it. Then I'll go back to the other items. I am very surprised that there's no recommendation for a tax rate increase, and for all the reasons that have already been said, so I won't repeat them. I think that slide on the post-wildfire flooding versus forest restoration speaks for itself. I think that should be published all over the county. Wildfire and the resulting flooding from wildfire after COVID is our #1 health and safety risk for our community. I think our community understands that and appreciates that. And I think that they would understand in this area why there may need to be a tax increase. I know that there were, and I'm going to get into this here in a minute, there were some kind of political reasons between city of Flagstaff and the county, which may have affected whether we went out for a rate increase or not. But Director Fowler is right. We just look out your window right now. We are in some of the driest times I've ever seen in the 45 years I've lived here. And everybody else has seen the very same thing. So I really do think we need to look at that. I think that obviously the flood control district is one of the prime areas where it is important to get an emergency reserve. So I totally agree with the recommendation of our chair to find out what those numbers are, to start building that reserve. And hopefully with ARP and the American Job Plan, there will be money coming in to assist in doing some of that forest restoration work that needs to be done, that may free up some money then to put into rebuilding those emergency reserves. Because we know, and you, Lucinda, know that those reserves can be gone just like that. And I think it's important, and I really appreciate you taking another look at the whole tax increase. Which gets me to, it's important for us to remember that we need to keep our municipalities communicated with and informed on where we are with the flood control district. And I know you did some great meetings pre-COVID out at the museum. I think those need to be continued, even if they're now done on Zoom for a while. We don't want them coming back and not being supported because they feel they weren't being kept in the loop. So I think I think you're trying, and I'm not, in any way, shape, or form faulting you on that, but it's just one of those things we need to be aware of and do what we can to make sure we get that information out there. And then I love it. And Jay, you've been wonderful on this, and thank you so much. And all of your team, actually, Lucinda, for the mitigation educational outreach in our community. I've driven down the roads there on Schultz Road, Schultz Pass Road, and that whole area, that urban forest interface. It's scary. And I think we need to continue to educate our residents on that and the need to maintain their property, maintain the limbs on their ponderosa pine, beautiful ponderosa pine trees that are covering their whole property. I appreciate the letter that you all put together in both English and in Spanish to update the residents on the museum fire flood risk area. It's excellent. Good job. Appreciate the public meeting that you did on that as well. I was so happy to be able to participate in that. Look forward to kind of the street meetings that we're going to have. Again, everything we can do to keep the public's focus on the need for vigilance. And I hope you will also consider the bulk trash pickups that you've done in the past. I think that's excellent. And it shows the county's commitment to flood mitigation and the importance for them to also, our community members, to do their part on this. So appreciate you all. It's a hard work. This is, after COVID, the number one health risk, and we all need to be on board on this. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Patrice. Next up, Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez. Geronimo.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for a great presentation. I'm constantly impressed with the work that your team has done around flood mitigation, the tours that I've seen, although I'm still waiting for my tour of the Schultz Fire with flood mitigation stuff. But I just really appreciate the work that's put in, and also the efforts that have been put out to the community. It's very important. Again, I echo Supervisor Horstman's words about the letter. I really appreciated that letter going out to the community, and we want to help you be as proactive as possible. Appreciate the proactive approach and trying to avoid being so reactive. I was reading through the packet, and I was looking at some of the emerging threats to your department, and something you mentioned in there is difficulty with cooperation with certain partners. And I was wondering if that was something that's kind of always been there, or was that something that was created because of COVID? Or I'm just trying to figure out a little bit more about what that was about.
Sorry, mute. I think that was basically while COVID did some of that, but we've always, while we've worked well with the forces, there's sometimes in federal and county level, there's just different avenues and different speeds that we work at from a county's perspective versus what they work at from a federal perspective. And, we're trying to find ways to kind of kickstart the Forest Service, and we discussed that with Senator Kelly when we met with him last week. That there's got to be ways that we can increase this so that, as that slide showed, 45 times the cost savings. We can't wait. The fires are going to happen. We can't keep waiting and waiting and waiting. As a county, we have to be proactive and speed things up, because we are the ones that end up paying for all the flood mitigation. The Forest Service doesn't.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I might piggyback on that. An example would be, we were trying to get the FEMA funding, get them out on some of these forest restoration efforts. They didn't traditionally look at these, although, we looked at language. There's been modifications, intent to have applications that it can be used for forest restoration. And I think there's a time lag between the desire and discussions of saying, yes, they can work on that, to getting it to staff levels, as an example of that. These have been some of our discussions that we've brought back to Washington. That's, one of the examples, and why Jay and Lucinda had as part of the package those legislative pieces where we can push FEMA, we can push EDEMA. We really need to get this worked out so we can get we can get those grants, quite frankly, on that. Jay, if you need to clean up anything, I'd say go for it.
Well, and so one of the projects or things I put forth to Senator Kelly was, separating a fund where if the Forest Service has a separate fund, that if a county like ours comes with dollars, that they have a fund set aside for matching our dollars, because right now they don't. They put it wherever they prioritize. And so if we show up with $2 million like we are this year, between FY21 and 22, we want to see that they can match those $2 million, because the work's being done on federal land. And if they have a specified fund for that, it makes it a lot easier. So that's something I'm working on with Senator Kelly right now. But also Supervisor Ryan or Director Ryan, We, with FEMA, what Christopher had to deal with his Mount Eldon or the flood mitigation work, we couldn't get FEMA to get forwarded fast enough. I mean, it just that lapse of time cost us money. So now we have to fund the whole project.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
thank you. I appreciate your question, Geronimo, because this is an area that is such a grave concern that we've always had. I think with our federal agenda, we need to revise our words. We need to educate the new administration on the challenges and have them take advantage of our efforts. And this is where our representative to WIR, our Supervisor Horseman, comes in. We attend WIR because of this, all the sessions, because this is where a lot of our efforts is very costly, and yet it doesn't seem like the federal government understand what we are going through. Although, they're very strict with their regulations, and that's what we run into. And then there's multiple agencies that we're working with. It's not just the Forest Service. There are more. When you look out on the land, it's just multiple agencies, and that's where I think most of them are federal agencies. So we can really educate the new administration and the Interior Department. I think that we'll be able to, all of Western states will be able to, will benefit from this, because there's such a gap in the communication between counties and the federal government.
Yes, and so yeah, I call it our alphabet soup. Can we get all the agencies to work together, which is always a point we continue to push on. We need to manage clock. I'm kind of messing up on that one for that. I just sent Lucinda a check in on how we're doing time wise. We're behind, but I think we don't have a lot for some of these, but still, how are we doing, Lucinda?
I mean, we got started 15 minutes late, but I think we can get back on track and be done pretty close to noon. And if not, we can push solid waste. We could push out as well. So just as a follow-up, and we can bring that back, more detailed information, but a quick look. Jeremy ran a quick number. It looks like if you took the rate to, what was it, Jeremy, 27 cents, but we can bring that back and show you what the cost would be per household and the increase and so forth. So
we'll do that, Mr. Chair. We'll do that as a follow-up, because I think we need to focus in on the numbers a little more carefully. So I appreciate putting it out there, but yeah, we'll definitely want to come back as a follow-up item to look at the rate.
All right. And so Lucinda, I'm hearing you wanting to start with mechanical services and then come back to solid waste.
Actually, what we're going to do, based on the conversation we just had, is we're going to inject a quick presentation on a program that we've been looking at and frankly attempting to get some grant funds for quite some time that we haven't been successful to date. And this is a program that we've kind of coined as what we call resilient communities. And really the history of this, and this we are not pursuing general funding for. This would be something we would attempt to fund through ARP funds. So I want to make that clear. But the history of this is really, frankly, came out of two big episodes that occurred. One was the Tinder fire that many of you know affected the Blue Ridge area and burned 32 homes there. And then we had several bad years of fires, as everyone's aware, in California and in Arizona throughout the West. And particularly the experience that's happened in a number of communities in California where people lost their lives. Paradise, Sonoma County, other Napa County, other counties, where people have lost their lives. And this program would focus on trying to work with, working with the local fire districts, this is a cross-departmental effort. This would be working with emergency management, working with the sheriff's office, working with community development and the sustainability program, and public works, potentially flood control as well, but attempting to bring in funds to reduce the level of threat within many of our forested communities. If you add up the number of communities that we have in the county that are forested and at risk for fire, it's in excess of 15 communities, and 15 to 20 communities. I could spend another 5 minutes rattling off those names, but it's everywhere from the east at Forest Lakes, Blue Ridge, certainly through Mormon Lake, Munns Park, Kachina Mountain Air, Parks area, all the areas surrounding Williams, out into some areas of Ash Fork and Kaibab Estates West. And so we have a tremendous number of communities. The Ecological Research Institute has identified these communities at very high risk for wildfire within the communities, not just susceptible to wildfires that begin within the adjoining forests, but also within the communities themselves. And this effort would be to support thinning within those communities, restoration within those communities, reduction of green waste within those communities to reduce down the threat within the communities. So go to the next slide here. We'll just kind of cruise through a couple of these, but really using an asset-based community development model, work with the community leadership and the fire district within that community to really partner again, to bring in funds to help support, match funds that come from the individual property owners within the communities. We've been able to do this in some communities in this county through programs like Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership, but much, much more work it needs to be done. Next slide, you can see the additional goals here of the program to really reduce down. Another element of this that we'll talk further about later is the evacuation planning, working with the sheriff's office, with emergency management, to make sure that these communities, and in many of these communities, there are evacuation plans, but we haven't done the kind of work with the community so they understand their plan. They understand what they need to do if something were to occur, depending upon where the outbreak of the fire may be. That type of thing. So we won't take time to go through all of these slides because this will be something that will be proposed under ARP. But this is about saving lives. This has really come forward because we have risks in many, many of our communities. And how do we work with those communities to reduce that risk? Again, as Supervisor Horstman said, after COVID, and I would say with COVID, we have the tool in hand now to mitigate that threat, which is vaccines, vaccinations. And these are the kind of tools we need to address the wildfire threat. And in many of these communities, they're also at risk for post-wildfire flooding. So thank you. Look forward to talking with you more about this. So now we'll move forward to the solid waste, or what was up next was going to be solid waste. Yes. And I'll turn it over to Esler. Esler, we need to go very quickly.
Absolutely. Good morning again. I will very quickly touch base on the solid waste, our solid waste program, and we can move to the next slide. But you see the geography of our services across the county. The county is responsible for managing 3 waste tire collection sites in Page, Fredonia, and Flagstaff. The green flag shows the partnerships and the agreements that we have for the collection of the green waste. at the different locations in the Williams area, Parks, Munts Park, down in the Forest Lakes and Blue Ridge. We partner with the Forest Service to provide the residents of those communities with green waste site locations. And then the biggest activity under the solid waste program is the regional spring community cleanups, which is the highly valued activity that residents take advantage of throughout the county. And those three major activities include the Williams area, the Greater Flagstaff area, the landfill, as well as the Munts Park. So we move to the next slide. I want to just touch base and briefly share some of the accomplishments from our last fiscal year. We collected about 1,000 tons of bulk waste and 18,000 cubic yards of green waste at our community cleanups last year. The cleanups are underway and going on right now, and we have the City of the Williams community cleanup that was completed last Saturday. The green waste, we've partnered with the Bear Joe crews on free green waste pickup and the sending of the green waste byproduct at the Willard Springs transfer station. And we had a record year and collected over 30,000 cubic yards of green waste, which was a record-setting pace for our activity. Again, like I mentioned earlier, the waste tire collection at our 3 sites across the county last year, and we collected about 98,000 tires. And a fun fact is that 98,000 tires, if you lay them back to back, it's about 48 miles long. It's somewhere from Flagstaff close to the Verde. So it's an interesting fact. I think the other slide talks about the other slide talks about the percentage and the volume of recycled materials that county residents have been able to utilize at the Flagstaff landfill, utilizing and recycling about 132 tons of paper and plastic, which is an incredible it's an incredible number that of waste that is being deferred from the landfill. This year is also the last year of subsidizing the Williams transfer station operation, and we are potentially have the capacity to repurpose the money, about $50,000 of that, to support the green waste program and the community cleanups. The next slide shows the allocation of the activities that we have done, and especially when it comes to the regional cleanups, the number of participants last year with the COVID was the number of households that participated was somewhat in line with what the previous years had been, but the volume was significantly larger, and including both of household waste as well as green waste, as people had maybe more time at home and an ability to clean up. These are on the right side of the screen. There are the 2021 community cleanup dates. The upcoming ones are the City of Flagstaff Cinder Lake landfill, as well as the Willard Springs community cleanup. What I like to, what we are focusing on in our actions for FY22 is definitely continue to hold our 3 regional community cleanups. As I mentioned earlier, they are highly valued and people participate in them, as well as supporting the Bear Joe green waste reduction efforts in the communities of Kachina Mountain Air, Munts Park, but also other areas of the county. We will also continue to support the access to the Flagstaff landfill hazardous products center for county residents as a way to minimize, again, the hazardous material going into the landfill. One of the small picture that you see in the slide shows the Willard Springs green waste controlled fire that we use. And in this year, because of the volume, we saw a significant need for having a larger footprint in the green waste at Willard Spring. So we want to also, with that in mind, we want to look at options of expanding the Willard Springs green waste footprint, and that will allow us to manage the burn of the green waste in more effective and efficient way. If we move to the next slide for the benefit of time, I think I hit on some of these points already. What I like to point out is that we do like to continue, just like Supervisor Horstman mentioned, like we do like to continue to have the capacity and know how to respond with the solid waste operation for pickup after post-disaster events. I think that becomes important as we talk about our county's response. The other items here is looking at the financial stability. Traditionally, we had solid waste had used the RAC Title III grant funding to hold the community cleanups. That has been transferred with the diminishing of those funds and the competitive nature of those grant funds. We have relied on the general fund to make up for that for the 3 regional community cleanups and the costs associated with them. And again, the priority here has been in alignment with the discussion with the flood control district and resilient communities has been the expansion of green waste footprint to meet current and future needs and demands. If we move to the next slide, and actually the Willard Springs transfer station, we are looking at the financial viability as the board is already aware. We have operated the transfer station only as a green waste site this last year due to COVID, and have had, again, successful number of volume with the green waste and people taking advantage of the free green waste at that location. But we do need to look at the financial viability of the solid waste component in that operation, especially in light of needing additional capital investments in the transfer station. The next slide, and we can move to let's move to yeah. So right now, the solid waste program operation is about $437,000. And this is the breakdown of the different components that we have talked about. With the waste tires is activities are fully funded by a transfer from the ADQ to the county based on the recycling of the tires fees that we the tire companies collect. That is about $180,000. The Williams transfer station, like I mentioned earlier, we're on our last year for subsidizing the operation of the transfer station, and we're only looking at the nominal amount there for the transfer for next year. And then again, like repurposing and finding ways to expand our green waste has been it is created by that capacity of the sunsetting of the Williams IGA. The community cleanups, as well as the hazardous product center IGAs and contracts, are already outlined, and the Willard Springs operation is what I talked earlier about, the ability to evaluate those options and effectively come up with a plan and a solution. So we know that we are in a position to support it at the right level of those operations. With that, I will pause and see if there are any questions, and thanks for your attention.
Yeah, we're going to try and keep it tight, but just quickly, I was asked to explain, and you can help out, Lucinda. But the whole solid waste program, when there weren't sites existent and access to solid waste, county by statute would provide that service. Once solid waste activity came in, usually private sector, then we got out of the business. It was there. It's like living in a community where you pay in your taxes to get that service. Within the cities is a great example of that. People are already paying for that. It is, you make waste, you should be paying for your waste. So once that service became available, then we put the onus on the individual. You should be paying for your trash service. Now you have access to it. So we got out of the business, and we're on the last phases of it. I fully understand Williams. We have an MOU last year that would be working with them. They've adjusted their fees for the unincorporated community members. If they come into the city, they pay a lot for that service. They need to cover their costs. For Willard Springs, we've tried every community measure possible to show a way that they could come up with paying in full, as the board has asked and passed. And so I think we've hit that point where we have to go to the community and explain it's not doing it, it's not functioning well, and you have that service available in your communities. On the green waste thing, it comes back to just what we heard with flood control. Our highest public health and safety threat is wildfire and the impact. If we can use the green waste sites to help in that way, and working hopefully with resilient communities, that would be wonderful. I'm going to roll through, but if you can keep your comments short, if you have questions, staff can respond, but we have mechanical services coming also. So I'll go to Supervisor Lena Fowler. Any comments or questions quickly?
Matt, if I may just quickly just add to what you said, is that what's really important to understand is there has been a massive expansion of private solid waste providers in this county.
It has.
Including a company that is Navajo based, interestingly, that's very competitive and very involved here in the greater Flagstaff and throughout the county now. And so what we've seen over time is more and more people are moving to curbside pickup or utilizing the services of third parties, whether they're commercial or residential operators. This is very extensive now throughout the county, including like the greater Williams area, which now has like 3 or 4 operators in that area. So in terms of Navajo Nation, the history there is now, I want to say about 10 years ago, the nation came to the county and said that they wanted to take over the solid waste operation, working directly with their authority through the Environmental Protection Agency, US EPA. And so we supported that desire, and we in fact transferred some equipment to them. We also spent a lot of time walking through the operations, how we managed it, just all the logistical details of that. And I think we had a very successful handoff to the nation. There have been ups and downs, individual transfer stations where there have been some issues occasionally. But in terms of that operation was, I'll say, successfully transferred to the nation, and the funds that the county spent went back into the general fund. So they're no longer reside in the solid waste fund. And, typically if there are questions, if they call and have like technical questions, that type of thing, we try to support them. But frankly, with their own operation now and their own private business and so forth, they don't reach out to us much anymore because they have a lot of expertise within their own organization now. They've built their own capacity, which is fantastic. So anyway, just a little bit of background there. Thank you.
Another one of those topics we could go on and on about. Lena?
Yes, thank you. Solid waste, we've been at, transition's been happening for some time now. And with Navajo Nation, we opposed them taking over, and we even tried to see how we could help them, but they decided that they want to do it on their own. So and then in the end, we just had to grant that. And so, but the rest of the county, it was the same with each of these communities. So we're now at this place, and these forest fires has to makes us have to do these cleanups, community cleanups. So that's become a regular budget allocation, and I don't know if we can tap into any federal funds to help us with any of these, with these new dollars that are supposed to be released. And I don't know if we can tap into any infrastructure. I don't know what the definition of infrastructure is. They keep talking about roads, but infrastructure is much broader than that. Maybe there's some kind of dollars that we might be able to get, because it does require a lot of equipment and man hours, and maybe part of the Job Corps that's being proposed. So solid waste is a huge issue across the county and across the country. We always are talking about sustainability and how much of that can we accomplish. And so I think that we need to really look at a broad federal, these dollars that are coming through. And I don't know what's going to come through. I don't think we do know. Once Treasury releases the information, I think that's when we'll be able to know. In the meantime, you know what's on the ground, you know where the needs are. You'll have to just evaluate all of that. So thank you, Esler. Hey, thank you for all your work at the elections, Esler. Great job. You have all multiple hats that you wear. Thank you.
Yeah, he's my birthday triplet also there. So we have next up Supervisor Horstman. Patrice.
Yes, I'll make it very brief. I know we have a lot more to do, but I just want to, I guess I already talked about some of this, the community cleanups. I think those are very successful. And I think it also really talks about what our priorities as a county are as well by participating in those. And glad to hear you got the Bear Jaw crew. It helps just with education, community outreach and education. So thank you. Good to see you, Esler. Thank you for all you're doing. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will turn off my mic.
All right. Thank you, Patrice. Geronimo?
Yes, thank you. I just want to commend Public Works on the solid waste program. It's really exciting to see the increased green footprint and all that's being done. And I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
There we go. All right, Judy.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'm learning a lot in all areas that's being presented to us. And all the staff, Lucinda, your whole staff, the manager, thank you for being the forerunners in this whole tasks that are being done and accomplished. I have 2 questions. I would like to see some documents regarding how the Navajo Nation insisted on taking over the sanitation portion of the sanitation portion. I'm having a lot of people that are calling me, and I would like to share that information with them, to let them know that the county is no longer doing a sanitation because the Navajo Nation has insisted on taking over there. So they can go ahead and then also write a letter to probably the Navajo Nation department where and let them know that these questions are being asked and what are you guys going to do about it. The other one is the community cleanup. I am having information sent to my office, and in that I understand there may not be some enforcement, who would be the one to do the enforcement as far as making sure that, their areas of homes where they live are not cluttered, and because that would create, a hazard or, even fire, things like that. So those are only two questions that I have. So, and comments that I have. So I just want to say thank you again for all the hard work that you guys all do within the department for Lucinda's crew. So thank you very much.
You can get your information on both of those pieces. The second is zoning and enforcement, and we can provide that info.
Yeah, and updates of our ordinances, but yeah, definitely community development. All right.
Yeah.
You go, Helena.
Yes, Supervisor Piquet, you can contact Navajo Nation Solid Waste. It's in the community development.
All right. And then we have some of what we had done as we've transferred out some of the history associated with that and how we got into it when there was nothing operating and just a big open dumping area. Let's see, Lucinda, you have mechanical services.
Right, and I'll turn it back over to Esler and Dave for mechanical services.
Yeah, thanks, Lucinda. Yes, I do, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I did not introduce Ron Holloman, who was also in the audience, our solid waste manager for the previous presentation. But Dave Caskey is our interim fleet manager, and he's also here with us, and we'll go through the presentation for mechanical services. The next slide shows some of our major activities in mechanical services. Is responsible for maintaining about 310 different pieces of equipment, anywhere from the sheriff's patrols vehicles that are complex to light duty and light fleet vehicles for 31 different county departments. Mechanical services is an internally funded activity program. So what that means is that the funding for this program comes from the vehicle usage across the county departments. Mechanical services is responsible for the purchases, managing, maintaining, and repairing and disposing of the fleet assets. Under mechanical services, we have 2 county fueling stations that are managed by the county that provide tremendous value with the leveraging bulk fuel purchase savings of anywhere from 50 to 70 cents per gallon compared to gas station rates. And also every fleet activity, in order for it to run effectively and efficiently, needs a robust parts and supply room for the mechanics. Also, mechanical services is responsible for maintaining a transparent and predictable and effective 10-year replacement plan for departments, and we work closely with each department to identify their transportation and mobility needs. The next slide showcases some of our accomplishments that we are proud of in mechanical services. We purchased 2 fully electric vehicles in our motor pool. This is the first step in implementing the board's vision in reducing our carbon footprint in our operation and incorporating electric vehicles in our fleet. The mechanical services shop is also in the process of getting accredited as a Blue Seal automotive shop, and that is the highest level of recognition and accreditation from the American Automotive Institute. The Blue Seal is indicative of the skill and the professionalism and the standards that our mechanics have to adhere to when they're doing their work across the board. So if we are successful with getting the designation, which we're in the process of, for the Blue Seal of Excellence, we would be the first county in our state to get this recognition and of the level of service and the quality of service. I also wanted to point out some of the internal data very briefly. that we track, and this is the total number of miles that that the county fleet travels. Last year, we saw about 2.6 million total miles traveled. This year, with the impact of the COVID and some of the remote work, we are expecting that to be about 2.5 million. So about 100,000 less miles traveled overall. The other, we can move on to the other slide, and I can talk very briefly about a high-level overview of our mechanical services by the numbers. The total operating budget is about $3 million, but the majority of those items in that $3 million, it's the gas and oil. So that's the fuel that we use to run our equipment. And then about $1,950,000 and about $1 million is also in parts and supplies. So that is everything from the wearables to preventative maintenance kits that we upkeep for our fleet vehicles. And then 761,000, we have 10.2, an allocation of 10.2 full-time employees in the program. And as an internal services fund, our cost recovery rate for this upcoming year is at 98%. And we are looking at everything that is in our capabilities to make sure that we are operating as effectively and as efficiently as possible in order to reduce and streamline our operational costs. The next slide talks a little bit about the fiscal year 22 annual plan. We are recruiting on several vacant leadership in our fleet division here at Public Works and also mechanical services. So bringing in new leaders would provide some opportunity to think outside of the day-to-day realities and bring in some new ideas on organizing our operation effectively and efficiently. And another part that we want and are looking for some clarity is understanding the county's work model post-COVID and the impact that it will have on the fleet. We are proposing a vehicle replacement. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide, of $524,000 in support of key mission-critical vehicles that are due for replacement. And again, we want to make sure that we are making the right investments in the electric vehicles. That's the most significant trend right now in the light fleet industry, automotive industry across the board. And the highlighted initiative is the development of the electric vehicle charging stations network here in Flagstaff and across the county by using either federal, state, or private sector funding. We were successful working with APS and facilities management in establishing charging stations at the King Street, and that is the picture on the bottom right of the screen. But we are also working with APS at getting a charging station here at Public Works and throughout those different areas of the county that we have listed. The vehicle replacement, which is the next slide in the presentation, is done based on meeting two replacement criteria for the vehicles: the age and the number of miles. We are recommending to moving forward with 12 vehicle replacements for mission critical support departments, the sheriff's office, patrol vehicles, and some of their criminal investigation vehicles and the needs, as well as supporting the community development, health and human services, and the assessor's office with some vehicles that have aged out and are getting close to reaching that mileage criteria. The total amount of budgeted for both the purchasing and upfitting of this vehicle is around $524,000. On the next slide, I wanted to just touch base on our 2 to 5 year vision for mechanical services, and what does that mean in the long run. We definitely see the newer technologies and the generational changes taking place in our mechanical services team, and we want to continue to commit to the staff development and the opportunities for upkeeping and maintaining the newer technologies that require acquiring new skills and flexibilities. We want to focus on cost effectiveness of mobility and solutions, and incorporating in our fleet technology that is cleaner and it is more effective and supports each of the department's core mission. And one important thing, and this is the last bullet on the 2 to 5 year vision, is that we want to work with the county departments to revamp the vehicle replacement plan and vehicle replacement cost. We realize that not all the departments and the needs are the same across our organization, and it is very important for us to take a more tailored approach to those needs and figure out the right plan in moving forward. Again, we will work closely with departments to ensure that they are part of those processes and that their budget and the general fund is not negatively impacted by the choices we make. On the advocacy and the legislative update, I think the important part for us is advocating for the green fleet solutions and for public agencies to deploy electric vehicles and charging stations and build out that network that supports those applications across the county. I think that is critical, especially in light of the promises and commitment by car manufacturers that they will not be producing by 2030 or 2033 in the case of GM and Volvo. They will not be producing any more internal combustion engines. So that is a dynamic that we are fully aware of and modeling in our conversations and modeling it in our strategies for moving forward with the mechanical services. With that, I will see if there are any questions or comments about or clarifications that I can have with mechanical services.
All right.
One quick clarification that I just want to make sure the board understands is that the 12 vehicles that are identified, those are in the replacement plan, and the replacement plan funding has the funds to rise. So those are not part of there's been some requests from departments for other vehicles, but those 12 are in the plan. Certainly the board can at any time choose to modify that plan, but that budget is there and it is part of the plan, those 12 vehicles that was shared by Esler. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, Esler. Actually, I'm, music to my ears. I like how you are pivoting, not only on what our past discussions are, but emerging trends that we have. Got to look at climate. Vehicles are shifting this way. It's really great to see that you're really looking at that and applying that. I'm going to hold my questions. I'll swing through with staff, and I think I forget who I left off on. I think I'm starting with Vice Chair Fowler and roll through. You out there, Alina? Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. We are at a point where we are actually fulfilling our dream. We've been talking about electric vehicles and how to really work on our fleet for some time. And I like to I like to see how you are going to revamp the plan. What does that mean? You know, I just wondered when we change from having the fleet just be under Public Works and Public Works submit budget for all departments. And then it changed where departments now have to, you know, formulate and be able to, you know, pay for their vehicles. That I like to find out what that plan will be. And I don't really have much questions at this point. I'm just gonna listen in, and then maybe through the process, I want to really think about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lena. Patrice.
Yes, and yes, it's very exciting to see that starting to move towards electric vehicles. And from what I understand, it's the charging stations that are so expensive and such a big investment. So if we're going that way, and we're going to be making that investment, then hopefully we'll see more of an electrical fleet moving forward. So I do think that's very exciting. And, you know, it was a question I had, I was thinking and about this earlier, and that is that I've noticed that each of the departments have to basically order and budget for their own vehicles. And I assume, however, there's some kind of group buying power that the county still has, even if they're broken up by departments. And I certainly hope that all those other departments that are buying their own vehicles have what Public Works has, and that is a vehicle replacement program that's planned ahead of time. So I was kind of surprised to see that Public Works wasn't overseeing all the vehicles, but obviously that's something that's been handled way before I got on the board. So anyway, thank you.
So to make it clear, mechanical services is an element that's managed by Public Works, but mechanical services manages all the county vehicles. So that 10-year plan incorporates all those vehicles. So, and yes, we get a tremendous amount of savings because it is consolidated into one buying opportunity. We pay a fraction of what you or I would go down and pay. And it's done through it's done through the state contract, actually. And it's done with a set of very large dealers, largely in the Phoenix area. And it's done through a very competitive process. And so those vehicles that are being purchased not only for Coconino County, but for the city of Flagstaff, for city of Phoenix, for, you know, pretty much every public agency in the state. Well, every public agency in the state buys its vehicle through that contract. And as a result, we get a tremendous savings. So yeah.
I feel much better just knowing there's someone in charge for all the vehicles. Thank you, Leslie, for doing that. I appreciate that.
And, you know, for all the vehicles, not just Public Works. So
thanks.
Steve, did you want to say something there? Okay. Yeah, I would just say that, you know, when fleet vehicles, they all look alike too. So when you go to the conference, I used to go and get those little antenna things to stick on my antenna just so I could find my vehicle out there in the parking lot. Now we have the beepers, so we can do it that way. Okay, next up, Hieronyma.
Definitely interested in seeing how much, what I thought was kind of interesting was that the that's spent compared to the gas and oil and compared to the actual machinery. Sorry. Okay. And so thank you for that. It was good learning about the services for the county, but I have no questions otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, and you might want to do a follow-up with staff on that question. You kind of faded as you were asking that one, Hieronyma.
I had no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Then Supervisor Begay, Judy.
Yeah, thank you again, Ryan, Chair Ryan. At least I use that for one day, huh? Once and one today. But anyway, I'm so glad that we're looking at electric vehicles, to reduce the carbon monoxide in there. Sometimes you wonder if that's the reason why we're in this drought thing that's going on, because there's no grass anywhere, and a lot of areas that were like greener than other areas, those are all, the weeds are just kind of drying up and stuff like that. Used to be where we were with wagons and horseback, and we had a lot of rain all the time. We had a lot of grass out there, a lot of green pastures, And sometimes I think about that. Now we have even 16-year-olds that have their own vehicles, and we're just going out, and I don't know. Sometimes it makes me wonder. But anyway, I just made to make that comment, and I'm just glad that we're looking at electric vehicles. And then the other thing is that fleet management. I know that in some areas, what they do is they have that fleet management, and they have their mechanics there. They have everybody there in one building. And what they do is they do all the vehicle service. And they have gas pumps there, and they have, and what they do is they use the money by departments. They would just check out the vehicles, and they would pay for mileage and gas, to use, and then turn them back in at the end of the day. So I've seen some operations where they're self-sustaining, and they're bringing their own revenues for their operation of their organization. So, but anyway, I just wanted to make those comments, and I appreciate all the information that was provided to us. And I thank you all again. Like everyone is saying, a lot of good information, a lot of reading, but it's worth it. It's really worth it. And I'm glad for the leadership that we have, and then plus the staff that are very knowledgeable, in making sure that their responsibilities are carried out to the fullest. And certainly we have to really think about compression issues here. Thank you so much. Bye.
All right, bringing us full circle. Although I had to pause, Judy, I had visions of learning, being in that driver's training with those 16-year-olds, and I survived. I don't know if you all did. It looks like you did. Parking lots, they were my greatest fear with teens, especially high school parking lots. So mechanical services, another piece of the conversation that Patrice had earlier today, and Lucinda spoke to, is it also is the yellow fleet that we have out there, the larger vehicles, expensive. Good thing is with Prop 403, we brought in crucial acquisitions, but there are specialized pieces of equipment that we have the opportunity to have future presentations associated with. I don't know, Esler, you may have introduced Dave, but Dave Caskey's out there listening in also. I know Lucinda's going to follow up here. All right, Cinda.
Right. Well, thank you so much for today. A lot of information this morning. Recognize that and appreciate your hanging in there with the various pieces that Public Works is engaged with. I want to thank you for your patience. And if there's follow-up questions, certainly some things we've identified we will follow up with. But if there are other questions, certainly don't hesitate to reach out to myself or Esler or Christopher. And I really want to thank Jeremy Floyd, who's our Administrative Services Division Manager, who put all those materials together, working with the team. It's a tremendous amount of work to manage all the financials. We have 2 replacement plans, and we have 4 10-year plans in Public Works. There's a lot of information that management that has to go on, and a lot of work to manage all of the procurement and everything else that takes place across the department. And he and his team do a fabulous job. So again, thank you. And we look forward to following up on those other items.
Yeah, definitely one of our super departments. Big, but again, a lot of people that are proud. Lena, you had a question, and with that, I'll check in with Steve afterwards and we'll wrap up. Lena?
I actually don't have a question. Public Works is, as Lucinda just described, is very complex or is complex, just multiple moving parts. And just want to thank all the staff for what they do and the just the professionalism that is there and in the internally and externally out in the communities. They're out in the community on a daily basis. So I just want to thank all of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Lena. Steve?
Just quickly, again, thanks to Mechanical Services. We've come a long way from ordering lavender colored Chevettes in the early 80s to where we're at today. We had a real big sale. So the entire fleet was lavender colored for those of us that were along with lavender colored Chevettes, which worked for some people, not for those of us who are larger. But again, it was a good deal. So again, thanks so much. We're good on the staff side, Mr. Chair.
Fantastic. Well, we're scheduled to come back at noon or at 1 o'clock with the assessor, Armando Ruiz. It'll be great to see Armando. We go through a lot of our other elected officials, but he saved the best for last, I'm guessing. So due to come back at 1, let's take a break for lunch. All right, great job, everybody.
Thanks.
Assessor Ruiz, I don't see Casey yet, but I will let in when I see them.
Perfect. Thanks, Colleen.
Of course, you're welcome.
Aha. It's as if I pushed the button to send the question to you, Colleen, and you did it. All right. Wanted to check in and see who we have out there. What did I do? Looks like I saw Patrice waving out there. I'm gonna change my, oh, there's Armando. Oh, look at that tie. You look awful spiffy, Armando. Good deal. Let me see. Looks easy.
So you look great.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? Okay, there's that. All right. I had my computer updated and it got rid of my background and changed my way I get in a little bit after the update this morning. Just a heads up if you guys went through that, or haven't gone through it, I guess I should say. Are you talking, Armando? I saw you're on mute if you were. No? Oh, okay. All right. Well, we need to reconvene. So we're reconvening our budget hearings. And next up, we have our assessor, but let me check in and go through. Patrice, District 1, out there. Oh, you're muted, Patrice.
Ah, thought I hit it. Yes, I'm here. Good to see everybody and welcome back for the afternoon. Armando Ruiz, always wonderful to see you. And looking forward to your presentation.
All right. District 2, Geronimo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assessor Ruiz, I'm looking forward to your presentation and hearing more about what you do. Thank you.
All right. District 4, Judy.
Hi, Armando. Nice to see you again. Can't wait for your presentation. And thank you for coming forth, and I'm looking forward to this afternoon's presentations. Thank you.
All right. And Vice Chair, District 5, Lena. Oh, muted.
Well, hi, everyone again, and here we are for another afternoon of budget discussions. Really great. I look forward to it. Thank you for all your work. Thanks.
All right, Armando, before we get going, let me check in with Steve here. Steve?
We're good, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Assessor Reese. So good, we're all good to go. Thanks on our end.
So the best for last, right, Armando?
Is that how that works?
No pressure there, right?
That's right. And make sure you tell Patty that you're my favorite elected official, okay? Yeah.
We'll be sure to relay the message.
Fantastic. Well, you've seen how we're doing the presentations, department overview, funding request and prioritization, and then we get into board discussion. So the floor is yours, Armando.
Well, thank you, Chairman Ryan, members of the board. It's great to see everybody. And as was mentioned, I figured even if we're still doing Zoom, I should look my best. And so I did put my tie on for you all today. So again, looking forward to our conversation this afternoon. I'm also joined by my Chief Deputy, Casey Dorman, having some issues, I think, maybe with the camera there. I just want to let you know that she will also be with us and joining us in the presentation today. So with that, I'll go ahead and jump into it. I know there'll probably be some questions, so I'll try to be as concise as possible to try to allow for some questions of the board. And so we'll get into it. As you know, the assessor's office is a constitutional office and a core function of county operations. We are responsible for the identification and valuation of all taxable property within the county. Today, my team maintains over 84,000 accounts countywide, and fully staffed, we're a staff of 26. So these property accounts represent the property tax base that's used for the collection and levy of millions of dollars across the county for the counties, the city, the towns, the schools, fire, and special district to provide essential services to our residents. This represents $24 million to the county alone. As a constitutional office, there are statutory functions that must be completed and over 100 mandated deadlines that must be met on an annual basis. Part of this function is the revaluation of all real property across the entire county based on the changing real estate market conditions, the identification of properties that change ownership, and the review and update of properties that physically change. Right now, we are seeing unprecedented volumes of real estate transactions and permits for construction that has led to a slight backlog of work for my office, as you can imagine. I'd like to say that this is a temporary problem due to the current conditions, but we are experiencing historic trends, and our historic trends show a continued growth despite any of the resets or the downturns in the market. We are already surpassing values and volumes that we experienced during the housing bubble. So I believe this is going to be an ongoing challenge that I am wanting to work with you as the new board on solutions so that we can continue to meet the statutory obligations of my office. To compound this issue, my office has experienced 20 to 30% staffing vacancy over the last couple of years. Now, this is due to a few different things: retirements, individuals leaving for other opportunities, and those leaving the area because of cost of living, which seems to be an ongoing issue. I know with many people and our staff here in Coconino County. We're also experiencing challenges with recruitment for specialized positions. Some of the work that we do is complex. It requires certifications, it requires appraisal knowledge, and finding people with the skill sets and the background to do some of these positions is sometimes difficult. And then finding people who want to relocate during a pandemic, which also has been a challenge. But despite this challenge, I will tell you this: I do have an amazing team that continues to pull together during difficult times to get the work done. And again, they have done a fantastic job over the last 2 years of keeping up with the work that we need to do. But I would be remiss to tell you that we're not tired, that my team is really feeling the burden of that additional load of taking on that extra responsibility. This year, I am not asking for any service improvement requests. Instead, we are looking internally to refocus some of our teams and to continue to make changes to our career path planning to improve retention. I am currently working through this process with my team at the assessor's office and with the HR team to come up with some solutions that would allow my team to have options to be promoted, to grow within our organization so that we can retain employees long-term. In addition to that, we're looking to explore expanding our knowledge base across our entire organization, really focusing on trying to distribute the information that has been historically held within maybe 1 or 2 positions across several positions within our office. Again, sharing that knowledge base to provide people with the knowledge and the opportunities to grow. But I want you to know that I will be following up with you after these changes have been implemented within my office, again, to work with you on future staffing needs for my department that will probably be required in order for us to continue to meet our statutory obligations. But again, one of the things that is truly important to me is partnership. And I truly want to have a partnership with you and this board so that we can continue to problem solve through these challenges. One of our focuses going forward also will be to be working on our customers, improving our customer service and outreach efforts by embracing some of the lessons that we've learned through COVID-19 and making some future services more accessible and more streamlined for our customers. This past year has been challenging for many of us, but it's also been a great opportunity for us to look to see how we have historically provided service and tried to do that even in a better way. Most of our customers that we serve now have really embraced the digital service and electronic service. And historically, we have received a lot of paper that comes to our office. Now that paper is always scanned and digitized and routed to our teams electronically. But one of the things and the shifts that we've seen over COVID is, again, many of our customers have embraced submitting things electronically to us. Again, kind of bypassing the need for us to digitize things, but and also allows that accessibility to be able to provide those documents electronically much more easily by our customers. So again, we're looking at future enhancements in what I call a digital platform, the option of being able to provide those forms or documentations to our office through our website. And again, trying to make things much easier for the people that we serve. And lastly, the county manager and the budget team is recommending the continuation of funding for our multi-year business personal property audit project. This funding continues our work with an outside auditing firm to ensure our business personal property accounts are accurate. This was originally approved as a multi-year project in FY19, and it's allowed us to audit a manageable portion of our records each year. Currently, I believe that we are approximately 75% complete with the work that we are requesting that this outside auditor do. Again, I would appreciate the support to continue this project and to see it out over the next couple of years. But with that, I will open it up to any questions that you may have in regards to our presentation or the SIR, the previous SIR that we have on the table.
Thanks, Armando. Great presentation. I'll turn to Manager Steve Peru first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Assessor Reese. We are again in support of course, endorsing the audit work that is going on right now through the business personal property audit, and you know, great accomplishments there with the percentage of work that's been completed. And so we certainly look forward to working with the assessor's office on this and other projects. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. And Armando, I would like to say, I appreciate you taking a look at your potential of innovation. You have these challenges. What is the best direction? You do see, though, and you've heard the discussions, we're wrestling with compensation versus FTEs, and then compression as well. In these discussions, could you elaborate on any of your thoughts associated with it?
Certainly. I think the challenge for us is multifaceted. It is compensation. It is compression. It is new FTEs. What I would like to see is having those discussions on how we can strategically place all of those things within our plan. Because again, I think they're all important. I think they're important to the staff that we have now, and again, that have taken on an additional workload, being down staff members on our team. So they're feeling that, and obviously compensation is always a great way to show appreciation. But certainly, I would gather that they probably want the relief as well. We need to fill those vacant positions, and we need to understand if there is additional need for positions in certain areas. And that's where I go back to my plan, looking internally to say, okay, what resources do we have now that we can apply towards the needs? And then what is still lacking? And my hopes is that I will have that conversation with this board in the future on what's still lacking after we've made some internal adjustments. And being able to say, okay, we are using our current resources to the best of our ability, and that we need some more help. And here's the areas that we feel that we could use the help in a future conversation and in a future budget planning cycle. And again, not asking for anything this year other than your support through this process. But again, I feel that both compensation and new FTEs are an important part of the plan.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And actually, in how you're taking a look at it, it does need to be strategic. We're wrestling with the same thing in a broader sense. What to do. So many needs, so much that we can do. So how are we most effective? And yeah, we know you have a need out there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to roll through the supervisors, and I think we've come full circle. And I'll start with District 1 with Supervisor Patrice Horstman. Patrice?
Yes, and thank you, Armando, for you and your staff. And we know it has been an unusual year, and we certainly appreciate you and your staff's flexibility. And I can only imagine that your field inspection work has really basically backlogged. And I'm sure it doesn't help that you're 8 vacancies down. And I'm assuming you are looking to fill those vacancies. Are you right now advertising to fill those vacancies?
Yes, that is correct.
Good.
Yes. I will say it is a process, for our field staff and those who do those field inspections. We have to hire them. They have to go through a training process, a certification process in order for them to be able to go out and do that work. So it is a process, and that's kind of the things that we are experiencing. One of the really great things I did not mention that I will is that this certification process costs the county money. We have to send these appraisers through a certification course, and on average, it costs us about $4,000 to get an appraiser certified. which is a pretty hefty cost. And to be honest, we don't have that kind of budget to send many people through that course. But innovatively, this past couple of years, what we've done is, because we've had so many people that needed certified, we actually work with the Department of Revenue to hold those classes here in Coconino County. So it costs us a fraction of the cost to get 7 to 8 people certified versus having to send them to Phoenix or Tucson, which the classes are historically held. So we were able to do that, and we're getting these appraisers up to speed and in the field as quickly as possible.
And are these certification processes online now because of COVID? And maybe that's something that will continue?
You know, that's a challenging thing as well. The Department of Revenue has a lot of control over whether they're going to be in person or certified. We were the first county to, I guess, pioneer this virtual classroom for the level 1 certifications this past year. And again, because of the need of how many appraisers we had to certify, and we couldn't wait, and we didn't want to send them physically to class to Phoenix.
Mhm.
And so we did pilot the first virtual level 1 certification last summer. I think it was successful. So we're continuing to encourage the Department of Revenue to continue that, because obviously that's a huge benefit to us and other counties who need to send people to get certified.
Well, using the digital process, if you will, for certification as well as for customer service, hopefully will be a cost savings, not only in your department, but across in all the departments. So I understand that, and understand your need to kind of increase your digital footprint, if you will. And I think that's probably the lesson we've all learned from COVID, that we can do that and make that even more user-friendly. Customer service will be met, and save some money for the county. So thank you again for your service, and always great to see you. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Next, District 2, Geronimo.
Thank you, Armando. I appreciate the presentation. I'm still learning what the assessor's office does, so I definitely appreciate learning about different areas in which your office works. I appreciate the comments about compression and FTEs versus raises and whatnot. So thank you. We'll definitely take that into consideration in this process moving forward. I didn't really have any questions. I just, like I said, I just appreciate learning what your office does. So thank you, and thank you for you and your team for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right, next, District 4, Supervisor Judy Begay.
Good afternoon again, everyone that's listening, and also Armando and all your staff. I know that for compression, the board has pretty much, talked about that throughout, some of the areas that we need to really visit. It's for retention, and also improvements, and then getting our staff, taking classes or whatever it may be to improve their knowledge and or expertise, and get expertise. And so refocusing on your recruitment and retention with HR, that's something that is something critical. Because if you don't pay your staff right, or you don't give them any incentives, then they're going to look for other jobs and move on, no matter how much you try to work with them or try to get them to stay. But anyway, that's what I want to comment on. And then, of course, your internal audits, external audits is all very important too. And I think that all departments should be having this opportunity to make sure that their services and their fundings or whatever, all of these are audited, and off and on for whether it be internal or externally. So that's one of the main things that we need to look at also. And then you were looking at the fair and equitable and accurate property assessments, that's something I think that's important too, within your organization, because we want to be fair in all aspects of, what we do, the work we do, whatever. And then the last one is you were talking about in your report embracing technology to improve service for various aspects of the jobs that are required of you. I kind of want to know in what areas are you planning on embracing technology to improve your services in your department?
Certainly. Thank you, Supervisor Begay.
Mm-hmm.
I will take a step back and just say that fair and equitable is an important part of what we do. And we want to make sure that everything that we do is fair and equitable. And also part of that is making sure that our records are accurate. And so we do spend a lot of time making sure that what we do is accurate, and making sure that our processes are consistent. So I do appreciate that. Embracing digital technology, again, it's something that we have always done as an assessor's office. We don't work with paper within our office. We have a robust property tax system, and we have a robust workflow system in which everything that comes through our door is digitized and sent through to the work teams digitally, which has been a foundation of how our office operates. And really one of the drivers and reasons for our success through COVID and having to work remotely through the pandemic challenges. But in addition to that, there are many processes within our office that property owners have to supply and submit documentation, forms, reports. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a digital platform in which they don't have to print those out and send it to us via paper, but they could go to a portal on our website, have instructions, have information for them to be able to return that information as accurate as possible, and then a process for them to digitally upload that to us so that we can take that electronic submission and route that to our appropriate teams seamlessly. So when we talk about digital, the platform, we do talk about some of those things. We have looked at a lot of our internal processes and tried to simplify forms for submission. So individuals felt that it was easier for them to provide us with the information they need to provide us. Providing them with many options of providing that documentation, whether it was paper because they didn't have access to the digital copy, or if they did have access to our website, they could supply that to us electronically. And really our customers have embraced that. And so we really want to continue with that. We understand that that's just a portion of how we work with our residents, and there will always be a physical presence. There will always be the need for us to do outreach in other areas of the county. But for those who have the ability to provide electronic submissions, we're going to try to make that as easy as possible.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is that, as you know, broadband is not everywhere, and so that's the other part of this whole thing here. And some people are fortunate enough to have that internet access and stuff, but for on the reservation or other areas, rural areas, I think it's hard. It's hard for them to, even with the classrooms, the schools that are out there. There's a lot of issues with that, and we've had kids that were sitting on top of a hill just to do their homework. At least they could get some low broadband from somewhere. But anyway, nonetheless, a lot of people are working on that, broadband issue. And I think one these days we should all be connected somewhere. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. And I look forward to that time as well when everybody has access to that. Prior to COVID, we did. We partnered with the treasurer and the recorder's office to do a program called Service Within Reach. where we would physically go out to our outlying communities and set up a mobile office, if you will, so people can come to us in their communities, whether it was at a firehouse, whether that was at the library, to come talk to someone and get and receive services because they couldn't come to Flagstaff or they didn't have access to certain technologies. And I look forward to being able to get back to that. I personally went out to all of those sites, and I really enjoyed speaking with our residents and being able to help them in that through that process. So I look forward to being able to continue doing that in the future.
So just a note, I'm sure you're all, you've dealt with it off and on, but Armando's in that unique position of looking at the assessed valuation associated with properties. So there is that, if you ask somebody generally, do you want to pay taxes? Well, of course, I could keep my money. No, I'll hold it. But then again, so critical to his office, that's noted, is, if they're going to be applied, which is a need, if we're going to function as a society, there's the cost also. How do you do it fairly? And they are our ambassadors out there, being fair and objective. But the unique piece is some of these positions are the appraisers aren't the regular commercial appraisers either. Very unique, and it speaks to what Armando was saying. I'm going to go on to Lena in a minute, but Armando, could you explain your role in the Board of Equalization as well, please?
Sure. So part of our process in what we do at the end of revaluing properties is that we have to get a Department of Revenue approval for our valuations. Once they approve the work that we've done, we send out a notification to all property owners of their value that's going to be used for tax purposes. And in that process, it allows the property owner to ask questions of the assessor. Where does this value come from? How is it derived? And at the very least, it also allows them to file an appeal for a formal review of that valuation, in which we will sit with the property owner, explain where that valuation comes from, and we kind of compare notes, if you will. We look at sales, we look at things that that really drove that valuation of that property. And most times than not, we come to an agreement with the property owner as to what that valuation should be. And again, we deal with over 84,000 accounts a year. We have less than 200 of those appeals on an annual basis of those 84,000 notices that we send out, which is pretty incredible. But again, there's a process for the property owner to have that valuation reviewed. If there is not an agreement at the assessor's level, the property owner has the ability to take that petition to the Board of Equalization. The Board of Equalization, again, serves as kind of that third party to review the information that's presented by the assessor, the information that's presented by the property owner, to kind of come to, again, that reasonable agreement of what that property should be, where that property should be valued at. And that's usually done by an independent hearing officer that the Board of Equalization contracts with, and again, makes that final determination of valuation. And again, at the assessor's level, we have about less than 200 of those petitions a year, and even less that go to the Board of Equalization.
And just noting, as you saw with Lena or with Lindsay's presentation, it is a function that this body, we serve as the Board of Equalization. And your typical supervisor doesn't have an expertise in appraising and valuation. That's where it makes a lot of sense to hire a hearing officer that has that capability, and we have it set up that way. All right, I'm going to roll over to Vice Chair Fowler. Lena.
Yes, thank you for your presentation again, Armand. And after you all started going out into the communities in my district, I I stopped receiving all those property tax statements so I could read it to them. So I kind of missed that. I used to meet a lot of people that way. But anyway, I really appreciate what you do and how you've really put yourself out in the community to explain and to help people understand, property tax, their own property, and what does that mean? So I just, you and the recorder and the treasurer have put yourselves out there, and I'm sure the community would love to see you out there again. Really helps us as Board of Supervisors and the county as a whole for you all, because you're the center point for a lot of the county revenue that is here. So thank you. You know what I find interesting this year? And I'm wondering what has changed out there? What is it that's brought this about in this year? Is the need for re-evaluation and evaluation, and also more training to advance training of employees. It seems like every department is coming asking for that. This is the first year I remember this happening. What is it? Is it the market that has changed? Is it a nationwide, or is it the private sector that has changed that is having an impact on us? Is it that we were not at the market value? We're really behind? What is it that has changed? So this is really not a question for you, Armand, but I'm just wondering, this every department seems like they're coming and asking for, and which they need to do, which they absolutely need to do on behalf of the employees. We want to make sure that we wish we could be like the highest paying for everybody. We want that for everyone. We know the cost of living. We know the housing market. We get all, we have our community assessment that is done, and it really highlights just the need in our community. However, as far as the staff is concerned, I have not heard this throughout all the years I've been here, except this year. So that's why I'm just wondering, where is this coming from? Or is it internally that we just were way off, and that's the reason why our employees are not up to standard in their pay? What is it? So I think it's just something we really need to look at. Is it I'm just trying to read up. I know over, majority of the people that have left their jobs and during this COVID is women. They're women that have left. So we're not talking about employees leaving their positions because of the COVID and wanting to stay home. We're talking about people that are actually still working, and the need for them for a career advancement, in which we all want, but just having to come across the board from almost everyone. I find it very interesting. So I think it's something that we really need to look at. I know our HR department director and they always are in tune with what's going on around the region, the state, and the national. And so that I keep talking about it. I don't want to keep talking about it, but you get my understanding. I think you understand what I'm talking about. But thank you, Armand, for everything you do. I know that you've had some really interesting big cases that come through. You've been able to resolve them. You work very closely with Lindsay and the other departments. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. We used to be able to boast of one of the best employee retention rates in the county. in our department. I know Erica Philpott has mentioned it a couple times, and we used to proudly repeat that often. And it's very difficult to put my finger on any one thing that is the reason for the challenges that we've had with staffing lately. But certainly cost of living is one of those things. And as we talk about the market and we talk about the median home price of a house here in Flagstaff, it's astronomical, and it's very difficult for people to afford to live here. And I think that seems to be one of the driving factors. I don't have a solution for how we fix that, but certainly there are many things I think we need to consider when we're really looking at how do we keep and retain good employees.
Yeah, and as a board, we have tried to work with our sheriff's office. We've tried to work with in various ways, even through our ordinance, to try to bring affordable housing into our zoning ordinance and stuff. But there's only so much that we can do, and it's not just Flagstaff; it's across our region. The housing market is up, and cost of living rental is very high, and then our community assessment of our communities, we're just not there, and we're a tourism community, and how do we address that? Yeah, we have great challenges, but as far as the staff is concerned and all your work and everything, you do a very good job. And I just keep thinking that the housing is there, but it's always been there. That's over $90,000 to be able to buy a house. That's been there. But now it seems a little different for some reason. Is it COVID that's bringing this about? So it's just a question that I'm asking myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. And last, we probably should have turned to Patrice to help us explain the Board of Equalization there. But actually, we have District 1 Supervisor Patrice Forston. Patrice?
I think I already did it first. I was called first. So I think then he went to.
Did you go already?
I've already gone. So I'll be more
This
than
is a
happy
test.
to go
This is
again.
a test.
Armando, I love you, so I'll just keep on going and talking away, but I don't think you need to hear from me anymore.
That's right. Now I remember. Yes. Yeah, I'm getting punch drunk at the end, towards the end. Armando, just truly appreciate just your professionalism in your shop. You're talking about the cost of living, but there are also cycles. As you know, you get in, you have long-term employees, and then they start retiring, and that's also an element. But we definitely are trying to focus on the areas you're talking about. We'll wrestle with this as we work through the budget sessions. We really appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you, Armando.
Thank you, Supervisor Brian, and all supervisors. Again, looking forward to just working with you in the future. And again, I know there are many challenges that we're all working through on a global perspective. And again, I want to be a good partner in that with you. And if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. And again, I appreciate your partnership.
You bet. All right. Well, okay, pausing for a moment. Steve, I'm going to swing over to your direction at this point.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this point in time, we've reserved the balance of the afternoon to catch up on policy matters, and we do have on deck today Erica Philpott, I believe, if I didn't get my times. Let me defer to Syria. Syria, is Erica doing her follow-up now? Oh, there she is. So this is the topic, and actually it was a good segue in talking to Assessor Ruiz to discuss certification, and I was just kind of going down quickly of the departments and the professionals in each of the department where certification is either desired or required. So we heard from the assessor where certification to become a certified fiduciary is important. Building inspectors, elections, IT, you look at a lot of different certifications in IT, the Sheriff's Department, Health, Finance, HR. So I think just about every professional discipline that's represented in Coconino County has a component of a career path that's based on certifications. Of course, education and experience combined all together, but certainly the certifications and the types of certifications that are provided in the industry and the profession are important for us to be identifying. And of course, when we create compensation and classification systems, we want to build into those systems the ability for certifications, because that leads to a career path that hopefully will lead to retention for all of us here. And I do remember the days when the assessor's office did have the highest employee retention in the organization, and they were very, very proud of it. And so but we want to get to the point where every organization, every department here has a higher retention rate as well. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over, Mr. Chair, with your permission, to Erica Philpott to provide some policy discussion on compression and our classification system.
All right, the drums are rolling. Well, welcome, Erica.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ryan, Supervisors, County Manager Peru. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about classification and compensation again this afternoon. I was listening to Assessor Ruiz's presentation, and it's hard sometimes when you have had some of the greatest longevity in the organization, because that means that you have a staff that has a lot of tenure, and often they all leave in a similar time frame, and that makes that transition really difficult because you're losing all that institutional knowledge in a short time frame. And that is something that we've seen in a couple departments. For a while, HR professionals called that the silver tsunami, that we were waiting for so many people to retire at one time. And in some departments, we've seen more of a tsunami than others as that time frame has been closer together. But if it's all right, I'd like to go ahead and share my screen and begin a PowerPoint presentation that was emailed to all of you a little bit earlier today. All right. Let me know if you can see my screen there.
We have your screen, but there you go. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. There we go. So first, I just wanted to start with some terms, with some classification and compensation terms, just so that we can talk about what those terms mean, and also how we might use those terms slightly differently here at the county. Oops, sorry. Trying to drag my screen over to my camera, but it doesn't want to do that right now. So across the board increases are when we talk about giving a wage or a salary increase for non-exempt or exempt, where it's either a flat rate or a common percentage. So if we were going to give a 2% increase across the board, or a certain amount of cents, a 50-cent increase across the board, that would be this definition. Base pay is what an individual makes regardless of any type of additional pay or overtime compensation that they might receive. That's their either hourly rate or their annual rate. That is their base compensation. And if it's a rate that's hourly, you just multiply it times 2080 to get the annual equivalent for a full-time employee. That doesn't work if they are a 3/4 time employee, but if they're full-time, then that calculation works. So our classification system is really the structure by which we align positions that are of similar responsibilities, knowledge, skills, and abilities. We do use a Hay system to do that. We brought in Hay consultants several years ago. They've been working with the county many, many years. The last time we had Hay consultants working on a project for us was 2009. And we did some implementation of that at a later date, but we still do use a hay system of points when we look at new jobs because it is apples to oranges. You are comparing really different work. And so how do we do that? We use a system of points to help us do that. And so that really tells us which jobs are in which grades in our structure, where we look at minimum qualifications, the nature of the work, so that they have similar pay provisions, the level and type of work. Compression is something we've been talking a lot about lately and over time as well. So compression occurs over time when there becomes little differentiation between jobs or people with differing years of experience. And so that also was something that we addressed with the Hay study several years ago, because at that time, what had happened was we had not given pay increases for 4 years. And so what had happened was people who started at the beginning of that downturn, who were brought in at the minimum of that pay range, then 4 years later, they were still at the minimum of that pay range, and people that we were hiring at that 4 year later mark were also being brought in at the minimum of the range, at the same as someone who had maybe 4 years of experience in a role. And so that was compression. We were compressing those years of experience together. So that is something. We also have some compression in some cases because the internal equity is so close that it's hard to give people much of a raise when they promote. We have instances where supervisors aren't making a great deal more than the people that they supervise. And it is something that we keep an eye on. It's something also that's occurred as we've adjusted for minimum wage, which I'll talk about in a minute. So lots of different ways to have compression. It's a naturally occurring phenomenon across all organizations, especially in different fiscal times. And so here as well. Internal equity is when we look at what people make in that same pay rate across not just the department, but the entire organization. So if we bring someone in from outside the organization, or we're promoting someone into a certain grade, we look at what are the people making in that grade and with their years of experience before considering exactly how high we could go in the range when we're making a job offer. We want to recognize those people who have more years of experience within our organization, outside our organization, the knowledge that they bring in the form of certifications, and all of those things are considered when we look at internal equity. And historically, we've done a really great job of looking at internal equity. So when we look in the past, when we've looked at things like gender equity, we have a good picture there. We do well because we don't just make offers in a vacuum. We look at the entire organization when we do that. Longevity pay is something where you give specific increases based on your years of service. And I'll show an example of when we did do that to help address compression. So we actually did use a strategy of longevity pay at some point in the past. Just a couple more definitions, and then you could use this as a resource document. We don't have to go over every one, but I do want to talk about lump sum. So when we give a lump sum payment, that's a one-time payment or a lump sum payment. That means that we're just doing something that's non-recurring. So we call these one-time payments. Other organizations might call them lump sum, and that's why I included this definition here. But it's just a one-time payment that's not recurring. So if we have one-time monies available to us, we might use this as a strategy. And this is something we've done historically to help address the rising cost of insurance. So if we know insurance is going up an average of this amount, we might try to cover that with a one-time payment to help employees feel whole in that year. And so some different things here. One of the things I want to talk about is a market adjustment. So we use this term a little bit differently than some other organizations. So at Coconino County, we talk about a market adjustment. We're talking about adjusting people's pay across the board. So giving a certain percent increase. Sometimes in some organizations, they might think of that as a cost of living increase or a COLA, but we've historically referred to that as a market. We've used market in a couple different scenarios, not just cost of living, but for other reasons. But that generally means that all the pay is going up a certain percentage to everyone, not based specifically on performance. And historically here, we've also moved the ranges very often at that same time. So where the market might move everyone 2.5% deeper into their range, or we might take a 2.5% and move the ranges along with the employees. So the employees are getting that amount and we're moving the ranges. And that's important because when you do it with the range move, it really helps address things like minimum wage or staying ahead of market. But it also doesn't help people move deeper into the range, although it gives them greater earning potential. So very often we run those things in conjunction historically here, and we use market to mean that everyone is getting that amount. And when I say everyone, that means all regular employees. It doesn't mean that all the temporary employees are getting an increase. When we talk about a merit, that's when we're talking about that on someone's anniversary date of their hire with the county or their most recent promotion, that they're getting a performance evaluation, and they're based on that review, they are eligible or ineligible for some type of raise because a merit is based on performance. So their performance is such that they're getting an increase. And so merits are tied to performance where markets are not. So a couple different terms I just wanted to start off sharing here as well as we start talking about some different strategies and some things that we've done historically. Are there any questions on any of the terms before I move forward?
Nope. Go ahead, Harkin.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to provide some history about the Hay study. We talk about that Hay is a company, it's a strategy, it's a mechanism or a way of looking at classification and compensation created by this company. And we have done that over time. And in 2009, we used the Hay consultants to come in and do a classification and compensation study at the county. And so we started that by having every single employee look at their class spec, our classification specifications. They're like a job description. They can be a little bit more general and used across departments more easily, and that is what we use our class specs. And so every employee looked at their class spec and said, yes, this is what I do. No, this is not what I do. This is most of what I do, but doesn't capture some of the big parts, because a class spec should be at least 80% correct. 20% can fall under other duties as assigned, where we help out our team and step up in different situations, but we want it to be at least 80% correct. And so all employees looked at that. There were different forms, A, B, and C forms for those employees who've been here a really long time. And they wrote what was different and submitted those. And so then there was a lot of work for HR to do alongside the consultants in looking at all those forms for every single employee. And when there were vacancies, then the supervisor signed off on those forms. So we had a form for every single position. And really we're creating a strategy of how have roles changed? What are they doing now? How did those roles, those new roles compare to one another? And what would a structure like that supports them? And then also the consultant was looking at what's the market or what is the competition for those roles amongst our competitors. So in order to fill those jobs, what would it require to fill those jobs? So due to the downturn in the economy that happened right around 2009, we were not able to fund the compensation adjustments that came forth from that study. But we had them, and we were gathering information and doing the work behind the scenes in order to move those recommendations forward. And in March of 12, we actually had a first phase, because very often a project this large requires many phases. It takes many years sometimes to get into a situation where there's compression or where we're out of alignment in some areas, in this case, due to a fiscal downturn. And so it can cause or create the need for more than one step to really address those issues as well. And so in 2012, the economy was starting to recover, expected to recover more. There have been cost savings generated. And so that first phase was really to move employees into the correct titles. That was the primary goal of phase one. And employees who were not within the pay range of their new title were moved to the minimum of that range. So really, in that manner, more compression was inadvertently created, if you will, because with every action you take in compensation, there are pros and cons, just like everything that we do. And so that was the first phase, to make that phase affordable, to just get people really into the right titles. Titles are important to people. We had planned to do the second phase of implementation in fiscal year 15. But as part of the budget process, the board approved implementing phase 2 early. And so in fiscal year 13. And so on 7/8 of 12, most employees had a new salary range. So we took a new structure, or a new classification structure, we changed that. We actually changed how the grades were designated, and there was new salary associated with those grades. So it was a class and comp structure, and we put everyone into the new structure. And so again, there were some pay adjustments. So there have been some pay adjustments in the first phase. There were some pay adjustments in the second phase to push people into that structure and make sure they were within the new minimums of the new structure. And so there was about 400 employees that saw adjustments in phase 2. And then we didn't call it phase 3, but it looks like that maybe on the slide a little bit, because in 3 of 13, we did a mid-year adjustment to address compression based on longevity. And I'll show you that as well. So kind of 3 steps to roll out what the Hay study had determined based on their recommendations. So we implemented those, and we did see jobs go up and down and stay the same throughout this process from the Hay. All right. So our current classification structure looks like this. It starts at grade 7, and that is 1632 or 1633. We use 4 digits on our compensation. So it's 1632 in some sense, which rounds to 1633, and that's how much we're leading the minimum wage by. You can see we're leading the minimum wage of $15 an hour for our regular employees who are in grade 7 by starting that range with a minimum of 1632 and some cents, or 1633. We have interns and maybe some temporary employees, paid interns, who make closer to the minimum wage. But when we talk about our regular employees who are not temporary employees, they are in this structure. And you can see that we have a minimum, a midpoint, and a maximum for this structure, and that we have grades 7 through 22. Also, outside of this structure, we have unclassified positions, which means that they are positions that are not in a range. They are, in the cases of elected officials, paid according to statute, or they are unclassified at will, and they are paid based on the market, what the market drives. But the majority of employees are in this structure. And you can see that this was effective at the beginning of this year, in January. So our history of our structure, the structure we were just looking at, was that we used to, when we switched to the new structure after the Hay, we had letters for a while and we went to numbers. The numbers started at grade 3. And you can see in FY16, we still had grade 3 as the lowest grade in that structure. So we had grades 3 up to grade 22. But in FY17, grade 4 was the lowest grade. So in order to stay ahead of minimum wage, one of the strategies that we employed was that we looked, and there weren't that many employees in grade 3 at that time. And so we reclassified those employees. And in most cases, they moved to grade 4, but there was at least one instance, which I'll show an example of, that moved to grade 5. That was the breastfeeding peer counselors. They were reclassified to grade 5 instead of grade 4 based on the nature of their work. And grade 4 became the lowest grade in our structure. In FY18, grade 6 was the lowest grade in the structure, and those positions in grades 4 and 5 were reclassified. Many of them ended up in grade 6. Some of them may have ended up higher, and grade 6 became the lowest grade in our structure. In FY21, grade 7 became the lowest grade in our structure. And again, that was a very cost-effective way to address minimum wage increasing. And every time we use this strategy gave more money to those who were the lowest paid in the organization, who made the least. And so that was one of the pros of using this structure. One of the cons of using the structure is that there was some compression created. And also, in many of these cases, because of the overlap in our grades, many of these employees were already in the range for the higher grade. And so that was what made this structure make sense and really recognize those employees who were making the least. So here's an example of that. So the breastfeeding peer counselor in Health and Human Services was a grade 3. And this is an example of an employee who was hired in 2010 as a breastfeeding peer counselor. And by 2012, they were a grade 3. And this is what their pay rate would have been at that time, $9.87. You can see those 4 decimals that I spoke of earlier. By March of 2016, they were a grade 5. They had been reclassified in March and they had moved up. We actually reclassified breastfeeding peer counselor 2 grades based on the influence that breastfeeding peer counselors have, where they're trying to convince their client or their customer to choose breastfeeding and what the health benefits of that are. And so they are sharing that educational piece, they're persuading that person, they're walking through and discussing the pros and cons of that. And based on those interpersonal skills, as well as the nature of that work, it got reclassified from a 3 to a 5. And so you can see that this employee received a bump in pay to be within the new constraint of the new minimum of that grade. By 2018, this position had been classified to grade 6, and in December of 2020, reclassified to grade 7. And so you can see that, and that is still would still be the pay rate of this person of $16.88. And so you can see what that looked like based on those reclassifications. In comparison, we pulled a facility service worker who was hired in 2013, and facility service worker has been a grade 7 for quite some time. And so when this person was hired in 2013, they started as a grade 7 and their pay rate was $13.29, and their current pay as a grade 7 is $18.47. So you can see there, one of these jobs moved up and is now a grade 7. Breastfeeding peer counselor is a grade 7, and presently facility service worker is a grade 7. Those 2 jobs are now the same grade. And you can see that the breastfeeding peer counselor wasn't always a grade 7. And it also shows us that while the breastfeeding peer counselor's pay rate did increase, it is not equal to the facilities worker, but it has been compressed closer to the facility service worker. And there, over the scope of time, since 2013, these ranges have moved as well, which is something else that makes these 2 stay a little bit apart. But you can see that they're much closer together than they had been when these 2 employees were hired or back in 2013. So the minimum wage is part of the reason for this. The federal minimum wage is presently $7.25 an hour. The Arizona minimum wage is $12.15 an hour. And of course, the Flagstaff minimum wage is $15 an hour. And the minimum wage in Flagstaff is set to increase again in January to $15.50 an hour. I have included this chart from the City of Flagstaff's webpage, which shows the minimum wage increase, because you can also see in that bottom row that it says that the minimum wage of Flagstaff will be $2 above the state of Arizona minimum wage. So that's an important to note. As we start thinking about the talk about federal wage increasing, federal minimum wage increasing, if the federal minimum wage goes eventually to $15 an hour, then our minimum wage would be $2 higher than the Arizona minimum wage, which would be the new federal minimum wage. So there is the possibility for this to continue to keep moving up, which was the intent of the law when it was passed. At Coconino County, we pay all of our employees based on the Flagstaff minimum wage. So if an employee works outside of Flagstaff, they work in Page or in Williams, in Tuba City, we still use the Flagstaff minimum wage to pay all of our employees in all the areas equitably, so that we're paying our breastfeeding peer counselors, our facility service workers, our administrative specialist one, the same based on the Flagstaff minimum wage. So here are some past examples, just a couple. I have 2 slides. Here's the first one, and of an example of something that we did to address some compensation concerns. And so this is the mid-year adjustment that I referred to earlier that might be viewed as kind of phase 3 of the Hay study. So this is that longevity pay that I was speaking about. And you can see that we looked at employees' years of service within the county. And for those who had worked for at least 3 consecutive years, received an increase to base salary on a sliding percentage. So there was a different percentage based on how long people had worked at the county. In addition to that, at the same time, there was a one-time payment. So those non-recurring funds, and full-time employees received $500 as a one-time payment, and part-time employees were prorated. So if they were a half-time person, if they only worked 20 hours a week, they got $250. And so it was based on the number of hours that they were regularly scheduled to work. And so this is something this year that we rolled out this mid-year adjustment. This was the only compensation adjustment that was received this year. There was not an additional merit. There was no tied to performance evaluations. There was no market. We didn't move the ranges. We used all the money in that fiscal year that was designated for compensation on this longevity pay. And it helped move people deeper into the ranges and spread apart people with different years of service. So it did help address compression and move people deeper into the range, which were 2 of the goals of this strategy. This doesn't take into consideration any performance issues. And so that there were people who there were performance concerns, this would not take that into consideration because it's purely based on longevity. So 2 more examples on this slide of some different strategies. So in FY18, that top one outside of the box, there was some money set aside to address market. So we did a market study. We looked at the positions that were furthest away from the market, meaning those where the market itself or the competition was really making positions harder to fill, and it was driving the prices that we are paying employees up, supply and demand. There weren't enough people in certain positions, and therefore those people could ask for higher salaries and receive them. And so, in a lot of cases, those are the positions we're having trouble filling. And in this year, we adjusted 6 positions in order to address where they were in the market. And so 6 positions doesn't sound like very many, but there were lots of people in those positions, and therefore it required 163,000, just over 163,000 to adjust those 6 positions that were furthest away from the market. Partially because when positions are the furthest away from the market, it could be a little bit bigger of an increase, but it also is just what those titles are and how many people are in those titles. So because we we reclassified them and moved them up, that is a recurring change. And so these are recurring dollars. In FY19, we did a one-time payment. So that kind of lump sum payment that is one time, not recurring, and it was based on the grades. So there was a different percentage of increase for that one, not increase, I'm sorry, excuse me, a percentage for the lump sum payment based on the grade. And you can see that we had grades 6 through 9 got a certain percentage, grades 10 through 12 got a different percentage. And so this strategy was trying to give those who were in the lower paid grades a higher percentage. And again, this did not include performance, but it was a way to give one-time payments that was different, and not just the $500 like we saw on the previous slide, but based on their pay. So another strategy that we've used in the past where we've looked at the one-time money. So 2 examples here, a recurring example and a one-time example in different years. Now on these years, on the top in FY18, there were adjustments that year. We did have a 2.5% market where the ranges also moved, and a 2.5% merit. So that year, most people got 5% because of the 2.5 and the 2.5. Plus, we did look at the jobs furthest away from the market, and people in these jobs got a third adjustment. In FY19, we also did a 3% market where the people got 3% and the ranges moved with them. So we did the 3% market and this one-time payment in FY19. So again, just another way to show the combination of strategies being used together. So let's talk for a minute about market adjustments and reclassifications. So requests for reclassifications very often go up whenever there's an economic downturn, whenever we don't have raises, and it happens for a couple of reasons. One is that when we hold vacancies or we're not filling things, that people are cross-training, they're wearing different hats, they're doing additional roles. And so they're really having growth opportunities, professional development growth opportunities. But they're also taking on additional tasks, and sometimes we see them keeping those tasks. And so if those are higher level tasks, then we want to be making sure that they're in the right pay grade. Sometimes we see that we reorganize departments because of the vacancies have given us an opportunity to imagine the work differently. So we might restructure or reorganize a department based on the changing needs, the changing demands, the citizenry needs, and being responsive to those changing needs, as well as the growth opportunities that we've seen in the department. But also the market demand and difficult to fill positions. Also, if we have jobs that are open for an extended period of time and people have been cross-training or taking on those additional roles, very often they get additional pay. But if we see that that's going to be going on for an extended period of time or into perpetuity, then we might reclassify those jobs as well. So we have currently in the recent months reclassified a few things. The court security officers were reclassified. There were changes from the AOC about they now have a different academy. And they have some different structure to those roles across the state. And we wanted to recognize that and put that into place, and worked close with our court administrator, Sharon Yates, on that. I also believe that Judge Crombeen was on the council or the committee that was making these changes, recommending these changes. And so we put those into place. So that's where an outside determination also helped the need for that reclassification. And also we've really recently reclassified our nurses. The changing landscape of public health has really created demand for nurses and is something that will continue into the future. Public health might not be the same for a while. And so those nurses are really in demand. And so we did reclassify all of our nurses, not just our public health nurses, but also our sheriff's office correctional nurses were reclassified. And presently we have requests to look at some other positions, including our medical examiner staff, our IT staff, attorneys, lead permit techs, just to name a few. And also we've had some difficulty recruiting our finance positions. And so that might be another area that we might need to look at as well. So there are lots of options, and I have 2 slides of these, some different things to think about. This is a slide that we had looked at in HR and in finance with the county manager's team a while ago. And some of these choices we were just brainstorming, and they're not all very affordable, but I did want to mention them to you. So as we endeavor to keep ahead of minimum wage, one of the things that we looked at was, instead of 1632 or 1633, do we want to have our lowest range of 7 start at $17 an hour? What would that look like? And it would basically be a 4.1% increase for everyone if we were going to move the whole structure that much, not just the one grade, but all of the structure. And so we would lead the minimum wage then by $1.50 when it goes to $15.50, and we were at $17 an hour. But the cost of moving the whole structure, 4.1%, is $3 million across all funds and $1.75 million across the general fund, approximately. Thank you, Siri Mullaney, and who gave us these numbers. So appreciate her partnership. So we looked at that. That seemed expensive. We had talked about $17.50 to lead the minimum wage by $2 an hour. Even more expensive, obviously, 7.2% increase for everyone, $5.2 million across all funds, $3 million in the general fund. So that brought us to really thinking about, well, a 3% market to everyone and moving the grades 3% would move us from 1632 to 1681. And it really maintains our distance away from minimum wage that we have right now, and very closely. And so that is a more affordable option. The 3% is $2.2 million across all funds and $1.2 million across the general fund. And then the 2.5%, because we have very often used 2.5% in our compensation adjustments. And so wanted to include that number as well. So if we did a 2.5% market to all employees and move the ranges 2.5%, it would change our distance away from minimum wage, decrease it from $1.32 to $1.23. But that is a more affordable option, only $1.9 million across all funds and $1.1 million across the general fund. So the least expensive of these 3 options. So those are just some things that we were thinking about as we were looking ahead to minimum wage. There are a decent number of employees in grade 7. I actually didn't bring that number with me today, but grade 7 is a larger grade. When we've looked at rolling grades or reclassifying grades into the next grade in the past, we haven't had always that many employees as we certainly would with this look, and it would create additional compression. And so would like to look at some of these options and see if they would be something that we could afford to avoid having another reclassification and creating additional compensation if possible. But certainly there's other ways to address minimum wage as well. We could shorten grade 7 and have it not be as wide as the other grades and change the entry there. We could reclassify it. So lots of different choices to look at. And so when we think about other compensation adjustments that aren't just to look at minimum wage, I have some of those on the next slide. So some additional compensation options are to look at one-time payments. to help cover the cost of medical premiums, particularly, but also to give employees a little bit more money in their pocket. We've used this strategy before. I don't have a cost estimate on this strategy because it would really depend how we structured that. If we did a $500 payment for each employee and prorated the part-time employees, or if we did a percentage for everyone or a sliding percentage based on grade, those would all be different cost out. And so we would need a little bit more information in order to provide a good number for that. Also, the second one is similar in that we could set aside money for reclassifications of positions that are furthest away from market. The amount of that money would be recurring, but it could be based on a certain number of positions or just based on a certain amount of money. We have this much money to move as many positions as possible. So again, that would be something that might need further direction in order to cost out, but certainly however much money would be set aside for something like this, we could then tell you how far we might be able to make that go if that was something the board was looking at. The addition of FTEs to decrease workloads or create career ladders also depends on how many FTEs and what level those FTEs are, what grade they are. And so that would have a differing cost depending on if those FTEs are a grade 7 or a grade 12, if they're full-time or part-time. But all of those would be recurring costs. An internal compression study with the new structure, grades, and salary adjustments is something we could certainly work on in HR. And by internal, I mean we could do that in-house. We have been through the Hayes study in the past and have seen the work that went into that study. We certainly could work on that and create a new structure. What would that new structure look like? It could have different ranges altogether. They could have different starting points. And maybe we would broadband some of those grades. So people that are in a managerial position would have a broader range. Instead of having a bunch of grades with managers in them, we could have a broader and more flexible grade. That would be one strategy that we could look at. Certainly not the only strategy, but we could look at titles, and if people are in the right titles, how have their jobs grown over time? What is the market right now? What does it look like after COVID? What are those difficult to fill positions? And what are the things what are our goals in that study? Number 5 here would be the broadbanding of titles or grades. I talked a little bit about having all the managers be maybe in a big grade, but also we have some positions that are broadbanded where people move up as they attain additional education, certifications, or experience or certain type of roles. So a good example of that is the appraiser actually in the assessor's office. So when people get a certain level of Department of Revenue certification, they can move up because they have that certification and are able to do a different type of work. So each time they achieve one of those milestones, their work changes, and we can give them a bump to do that. Because ideally, we would want to have everyone at the higher level job. And so they don't have to wait for someone to leave a certain level of position in order to move up. If they are taking those classes and preparing and taking those tests, we have plenty of work at the higher level, and so they can move up. So we have some different titles that are broadbanded. Some of the titles in community development, the attorneys are broadbanded, and some of the mechanics, all different positions. So really, when we look at creating something like that, it's how do we differentiate those to make it really clear when a person would move up and what their workload would be. So that we can show the difference between those different jobs. So that might be something else that we could look at a simpler structure for our classification that maybe has fewer grades, but more flexibility within those grades, or has fewer titles because they're broad-banded within those titles. So just something else to consider. And then the 6th one is a combination of the strategies. As we've seen in the past, we have done a combination of strategies based on the funding that was available. If it was recurring or one time, and how do we use that in different ways. So one of the things I wanted to mention is that, there are lots of factors that influence compensation. And certainly the pandemic is one of those. There's been a great deal of change. Our customers' needs have changed. It's required us to be creative and adaptive and innovative, which departments have been. And so people's roles have been changing slightly. So that's one thing. We've also seen that there's been some fiscal uncertainty, which is something that influences compensation. The rising minimum wage certainly comes into play. We have some positions that have become difficult to fill. IT is in great demand because of all the remote work. Nurses in great demand. And people are, and the cost of living as well is one of the things that is a factor in our compensation. Also, we've seen people move to be closer to family. And we've seen people choose to retire at this time. So we have some additional vacancies that maybe we wouldn't have otherwise had. Certainly our retirements are slightly up. And we've also seen people want to cut back their hours or stay home altogether and no longer work because they want to take care of a child's schooling or just are reevaluating their priorities in their life about where they live and the type of work that they want to do. So all of those things together have led us to this place. And it's a very interesting time to look at compensation. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I can stop sharing my screen if it's time to do that as well.
Yeah, that would be good. Stop sharing the screen for now. We could always pull it up if necessary. Steve, did you want to hop in first here?
Again, thank you to Erica for putting together a pretty comprehensive pilot policy piece on all the different dimensions of our compensation classification system. Of course, we've heard from departments regarding the compensation, the need for new employees, making sure that we have career ladders, looking at certification, how we retain individuals that have achieved various types of certification. We've, again, and Erica indicated, we've used the Hay method, which has been here since I was here, but she also left open the opportunity for us to do some work internally. And so it certainly is something that we will not be able to present, in this, but, in the next month or so, because it takes quite a while to put the project together to do what we would be basically calling an overhaul of our entire classification system. But a lot of work and input and discussion with various individuals and officers, constitutional and elected and appointed departments and employees. So again, that would be a big opportunity. Certainly is something to look at. So, but back to the discussion, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we had originally posed to the board in the first meeting consideration for looking at about a 3% increase across the board. But at the same time, we also have the FTE discussion that has come through. We have a set amount of resources to work with. I do think, though, and we've done this to the best of our ability, to look at our prioritization of service improvement requests from the standpoint of creating, I think at some point in time, a human talent fund. We have an R&R fund for IT, we have an R&R fund for capital, and I don't want to categorize our investment in our team as R&R, but certainly it's human capital, it's talent. And so how do we create funding and an established method to fund those types of investments into the organization? I think would all be relevant discussions to have with leadership as well as the board. So I think that kind of shares where I'm at this point in time. Turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Steve. Erica, could you, I missed it, and I know you've told us before, but the cost for the 3% market modification, all funds in general fund.
Certainly, Chair Ryan, these numbers come from Siri, but the 3% market is 2.2 million all funds and 1.2 million general fund.
Okay, thank you. I got all the other ones, and these are pieces for us as a board to keep in mind. And you can see many different strategies, and it's a big cost for compensation, and yet it's so important. Human capital, just so important for. That's what we do. We provide services, and that's most of our costs. So we've done that to try and keep track, try and stay ahead of it. We're constantly wrestling with trying to stay ahead of it, and yet by doing that, we haven't been implementing FTEs because we're trying to stay ahead of the compensation component. And so you're hearing a capacity discussion with various departments, just about all of them that exists. So our tough decisions, we're not going to be able to do it all. Which one do we do? How do we stay ahead of it? How do we keep trying to work together with it? And then, this is always tailored to how much revenue is coming in. Do we have other options? So over the years to compensate, we've implemented various sales taxes depending upon particular funds, and/or we've adjusted tax rates. The discussion of flood control, that's just talking about projects, not personnel, but that is an element associated with it. And that's just an example of it. So fascinating areas, a lot to think about as you see how we've metered it out. And each department, they're performers. You can see it. It doesn't matter if you're elected or if you're appointed, you have needs associated with it. And there's a lot of crossover that fits in associated with it. But we're going to have some tough decisions as we roll along. It's a lot of information that Erica provided. Typically if we were in a room, we would pause, go through, ask more questions. So take advantage of this opportunity now. I'll roll through with all soups first by district, starting with District 2, but then we're going to open up into open discussions, for this as well. So Geronimo, you're on the spot, Geronimo.
Thanks, Sheriff. Chair, thank you. So thank you for the comprehensive review on it. It's very interesting, the 4 different options, and I'm looking at it and trying to figure out, is there a way that we could piece it together and do pieces of all of it, and do the multiple strategies that you suggested. I was interested to know, generally, if there was a one-time payment, what would that cost be to the county at the rate that you put with the different grades percentages?
Supervisor Vasquez, Chair Ryan, Supervisors. I don't have the cost of that. I don't know if Siri wants to jump in if she has any estimated costs, but certainly it would differ, did a percentage, or if we did a flat amount for each employee.
Mm-hmm.
And probably before Siri, and she can speak to this probably too, on it. But we've done one-time costs, but we've also done, hey, these positions are compressing against each other, these lower cost or lower salary positions. Example at the 2% at 20,000, gross would be $400. For 100,000, it'd be $2,000. So you can see you get higher up in the scale. So what do? Do we do a higher percentage for a lower salary? Everybody works hard and has earned it, but these are different ways, and that's part of what Erica was saying. She didn't have it, but Siri's worked on some of these numbers off and on.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Can I interject real quick? And I apologize. Certainly at this point in time, your input in terms of what you would think your guiding principles to be, generally speaking, would be valuable to us, because at the staff level, then we can take your words, your areas that you want to emphasize with regard to how we're looking at our investments not expenditures, but our investments in our talent. And I think if we have some guiding thoughts and principles, then we can take that, because that, the staff role to create, the solution or the recommendation, that would be the role of the staff to do. And again, I don't want to take away from comments that board members wish to express, but I think as we get into more of the specifics, if we do this, then that, it might be a little more productive, as I said, to just hear your general impressions, thoughts, comments, and we can kind of read in between the lines and work with that in terms of some scenarios. Because when we're looking at scenarios, we might be looking at a 2 to 3 year investment. We might be looking at a combination of the scenarios that we showed in the last slide. And I think in some ways we would want to be looking at the opportunities to in some ways, and Siri will hit me if she can, looking at a 2-year budget discussion as it relates to investment employees, because I think in some cases, and I think today Assessor Reese made a good point, at some point there will be the need to look at staffing in different departments. This may not be the year, but if we look at a phase in or a couple of year process, then we're looking at how we can position revenues and resources to address those needs over time. Because again, looking at all the things that we have to work with today, I think it's going to be a challenge to it's not impossible. Nothing's impossible, but I think at the staff level, as I said, and I'll stop repeating myself, listening to your general thoughts would be good. Thank you.
Good catch, Steve. Yeah, that great idea on that. Hieronyma.
Well, I was just going to ask then, the reason I was asking, because for me, it would be very helpful to understand what the actual cost would be for a one-time payment that was a percentage and a one-time payment that was a flat rate. Because then when we're comparing numbers to the other 4 options that were given there, we can kind of get a sense of what cost that will be to the county. So that's kind of where I was going with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep me out of it. It wouldn't be so confusing. Good job, Hieronyma. Good question. Let's see, we're going to Judy, Supervisor McKay.
I'm still trying to look at the screen here. I don't have a copy of it, so I'm going through back to the presentation screen here. Oh dear. I guess I'm just gonna say that, I probably won't, the only comment that I would like to make for now, because I really don't know the full background of this whole compensation study that was done, or the classification study. And and then also how many people are actually in these areas, like they're even just with the number of people that might be in there. But are they at grade 7 level, or are they, how many are at grade 21? Those type of information I would like to ask, because we want to know if we have more a higher percentage in the middle of the grid here, that would be pretty much telling me that, we're going to, we won't have to really push too much of it, And then also the other thing is that there was some, I wrote it down, but I don't see it here. The other thing is that oh gosh, I wrote it down. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. And then the other thing is, I know that with the $15 minimum wage coming up, and and people are making like $16 an hour, and it took these people, the staff, X number of years to get to 16. Then and then all of a sudden, you know, we have someone coming in and doing the $2 increments and stuff like that. I'm still trying to digest that, this grid on current minimum wage information. So I need to really explore that, to really make a comment, because in the area of, I know some places what they've done is they just gave everybody like a 50-cent raise or a 60-cent raise, and then they just put it across the board so everybody gets the equal amount. And so that nobody feels bad about anything. You know, I've seen that happen before, and Patrice has too. So, but anyway, so I'm still digesting. I really would like to make more comments, but I thought I wrote some stuff down that other than what I have here, but it's not, I don't see it anywhere. I was trying to go between the PowerPoint presentation on the side here and then trying to write my notes here. So, but anyway, certainly, you know, classification studies and compensation studies are very important to an organization, you know, when you have to really pay your people right and then also retain them as well. So I just want to say thank you, Erica, for all the hard work you put into it, and plus your staff. And it's going to take, you know, a lot of understanding as to how we can pull this together to ensure that, you know, there's retention in there, and that, you know, that everybody's happy with their increases. So, and then sometimes too, in the organizations that I've been through, what they do is basically just go by the evaluation, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they had like little amounts that you went and did evaluation 3 and 4 at the highest, and they'll give you a higher percentage, and then 3 a little lower percentage, and then of course all the way down to 1 they'll just tell you you need improvement and stuff like that. So that doesn't qualify you as getting anything for the year, and that's how a lot of organizations do too. So I see that, but to me, you know, when presentation started too, I see there was already efforts to make the structure, you know, the grades and the structures to start, you know, meeting the minimum wage, and which is good. Is you know, planning ahead and, you know, making sure that, you know, we don't really get into a rut, you know, at this time, you know, to make sure that our employees are getting adequate pay, and along with this, you know, the health benefits too. You know, a lot of times health benefits and the raise, they go hand in hand too. What are we going to do on that side of it? Are we going to look at that too? And then again, you know, all goes back down to the policies that we may have. When was the policy last updated? You know, is that in the policy? A lot of people can challenge you, you know, on things like that too. And even staff can sometimes do that too. So, and I've seen it happen, and that's the reason why I'm saying, so this is a very touchy issue. And so we have to be careful how we decide what we're going to do and how we're going to proceed with it. So I think it's something that we really need to look at and do something for the employees. You know, I am not against it, but we just have to do it the right way and get it done, you know. So that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
All right. And you know, admittedly, you're seeing a lot of this delivered at this point, and we still have a ways to work our way through with this. So it is a hard question to answer just yet. We haven't seen it all on that. Lena, Vice Chair Lena Powell.
Yes. I am. Thank you, Erica, for a nice summary. That's really good. It shows through the years how the board has worked with you, Erica, on how we have tried to really work on our compensation as well as the healthcare with the trust, but over here the healthcare or the employee compensation, and we've even worked with the SRS. I mean the retirement for our law enforcement. And so it always depends on the amount of funding that we have to be able to figure out how much of the greater with what can we piecemeal. And we've done it in various ways. We have just tried to keep I think the last time we tried to keep our employees or we worked to keep our employees whole because of the healthcare was on the rise. And so we only paid for that. And then holding FTEs, I can understand where that plays a major portion of that compression that you just presented on. So this is a long process. It's going to take many years, and it's nonstop. And I agree with you, Steve. I think we should set aside, start setting aside some dollars to address some of these issues. But this year, of all and you all have where the compressions are that need to be paid attention to right now, and where salaries may be needed to be addressed. That's right now. And then training and certification, is that a whole different budget that we need to create? Because there's up to this point, all the departments have been paying on their own, or else their employees are paying, or I believe in some cases we pay and then they get reimbursed, or some kind of arrangements like that. What is the arrangement for that? We know that our staff have to be certified. They have to have certain trainings in certain areas. We totally understand that. Now, how do we address that? Is it that those certifications are up now and they need to be recertified? Where are we with that? So that's a different category. As far as employees are concerned, compression, the salary, and just a bonus, where are we with that? I think that's what we're going to have to really look at this year, is just what is the urgency? We cannot do everything all at once. And then put a plan together, which you're very good at, Erica, for the next several years, and saying, okay, this is what we can do. And we always look at recession. During recession, we usually are struggling to just even give a raise. So sometimes we will hold the pay until January and then release everything, just to save some budget. There's different ways of approaching it. And I would look to you and the county manager to provide a recommendation to the board. That way we know, we have some guidance as to where we need to go to this year. And then going into the recession years, maybe start setting aside some dollars. And then, is this an area that the ARP can help out, or one of the federal dollars that are coming through, because they talk about a loss of dollars. So is this a justifiable amount there? We'll have to see the language, but is this an area that we may be able to use those dollars to help us to move forward? So those would be my comments there. Thank you. And then, like I said, the training that Erica, how do we do that? The training part. I think there's different packages, or maybe the departments approach it very differently.
Vice Chair Fowler, thank you for that question. There is some difference amongst departments, but most departments, if not all, have a training budget, some money they've set aside for some continuing training for their staff. And they use that in a variety of ways. Where there is difference is in some certifications, we have departments that will, if a person is taking a big exam for a certain certification, that will reimburse for that if they pass. That's pretty common in several of the departments. And then that training budget is more used for continuing education. But there are different things. If someone's taking a class to prep for a certification, that might depend on the department that they're in. So I can certainly work to pull some of that together.
Okay, it's just that it's coming up, so I don't know if we want to uniformly have a formula for those training and how each department should approach it, or, that's where management comes in and you come in again to figure that out. And I know the healthcare is on the rise as well. We've already addressed that, but that's another area that and it continues every year. And how do we address that? Do we want the board to keep the staff whole and at least pay for the increase this year, or do we not address that this year? So those are dollars that that has to be brought back to the board and say to provide options for us and with your recommendation. Thank you.
There we go. Patrice?
Yes, and thanks, Erica. I really appreciate your presentation and a really clear overview on compensation and employee classifications. And it's a very difficult area and you did a good job. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to just kind of give you a little stream of consciousness because I think that's what you're asking for. First of all, I don't want to see this as an all or nothing. In other words, you either give a raise or you have FTEs. I think there needs to be a little of both. And I know that, and I note that there are a number of unfilled FTEs in the county that have been budgeted for, but have not been filled for all kinds of good reasons because of COVID and concerns about the budget. And those are going to be and hopefully will be filled. And that should help some of the problems right now in terms of people being overworked and not getting things done. And so I note that. So I still think that there are FTEs that we probably need to add. And I'm really going to be looking to the county manager's input on that. I got to tell you, and yours as well, Erica, because I think there are some needs in some departments. I also will note that because of COVID and because of the use of technology, we have found out new ways of doing business. And these ways have opened up a certain efficiency and effectiveness, and in some cases, even a cost savings, whether it be not as much travel, not as much foot traffic. But I think these are things we can look at when we are looking for our budget moving forward and what we may have available. I would very much like to see an across the board commitment to our employees. Not a one-time deal. I just don't think that gives the same level of a commitment to our employees as giving a raise. Whether that raise is a percentage or whether it is a flat amount that's across the board. Again, I want to look to you all for your recommendation on that. But I would like to not see one-time money. I would like to see a commitment to our employees. And as that, and maybe as a justification, the revenue projections for this coming year are greater than we thought. Thank goodness they are. And the county took a very conservative approach in 2019, and 2020 and 2021, because we didn't know what was going to happen. And so I think that we can be obviously fiscally appropriate, but I think we might be able to look at something to compensate our employees, a greater compensation. And then I look at ARP and the jobs, not to fund FTEs. It's one-time money. It doesn't fund FTEs. But what it could do is it could pay for certain projects, help certain departments' budgets, so that we don't have to use general funds for it. And that's going to free up some of our money that we could then use for hopefully an across the board pay increase for our employees. Compression concerns me, obviously, but I don't, and I understand how compression occurs, and I understand it occurred, but I don't know how widespread it is. I don't know what that really looks like to the county, at the county. And so then again, I got to look to you, Erica, and to our county manager for that, because that may require a different type of intervention than what we're talking about here in terms of an across the board increase in compensation. And then, you talked about an internal compression study. Is probably time. If the Hayes study was done so long ago, it probably is time to do it, but I don't think we're going to get it done for this year. I don't know how fast you can do it, but my guess is it's probably not fast enough for this year. And I think it would be something to look at for next year. And by the way, we're going to have a greater idea next year on what our revenue is really going to look like as we're coming out of COVID. And as we see what returns, what doesn't return, and how we have adopted our programs and adapted to the new realities that we're going to have here in Coconino County. So at this point, from everything you've provided, and it's a lot, and so is Siri, by the way, that general fund position request. I would like to see myself across the board increase of some level and in some manner, but not as a one-time payment. And number two, recommendations for FTEs as are necessary and as are justified and can be allowed according to our budget. And then looking at next year, taking a look at really a full study on this and taking a look at whether we need to do reclassifications or things such as that. But I don't think we're there now. I don't think we've got that information to be able to do it this year. So with that, thank you. You've made our jobs in some way easier, but in some ways so much harder. So thanks a lot.
All right, thank you, Patrice. And yeah, I haven't given my stream a thought. That's I too. I don't think any one method. We definitely need to hybridize, our opportunity. Part of it will be associated with, once we get this list together, we're going to have recommendations, take a look at where the prioritization might need to go. We hear it. We've had these capacity elements that have come up because we keep doing compensation rather than addressing the capacity piece. So FTEs make sense. And there are two different versions of FTE. There's those for what we are getting in for our regular revenues, and some discussion associated with sustainability of how many of those that we can do. And then we can look at the prioritization pieces. There are others where, such as the bubble that we're talking about, or we don't have resolution, but people are running into capacity that perhaps we can use the ARP money to get us through the bubble. And then there may be a few that we just can't handle on the sustainable side, but we know we need to look at. I think they'll start to, fall out in certain categories. So, I hope we would take a look at that from a capacity perspective. Even so, we absolutely, on compression, but when and how, you can see our recommendation initially, as this is worked through, I should say, ours in terms of county, was initially the 3%, but that wasn't doing FTEs. So if not, and that's the amount of money we have, depending upon how much, we're going to have to eat into that. So what can we do? Is there a recurring component? If not, a one-time. Maybe there's a piece of a reoccurring. Maybe it's a 1%. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying that. And then a little bit of one-time. So there's an opportunity for consideration of various hybrids. It depends on how much as you do the compilation and the recommendations, Steve. We can hear it out, take a look, start to weigh in more on it. No matter what, reclassification, absolutely. We're hitting certain areas where there are times that you have special areas that just need reevaluation of what they are, and try as we may, they may fit the classification model, but you're not recruiting. We're not getting them. So we have to do something, and we need to take a look at that for reclassification. And, as noted, as Patrice was saying, I think Lena was saying, and I think we're all thinking about is, the study makes sense. We're not going to accomplish it all this year. So it fits into your discussion, Steve, of, is it 2 year? Well, maybe we still address this year, but what are the pieces that start to fall out as we put these studies together and our next move? If we had the magic wand, we would have fixed these classifications years ago, and we would have had all these FTEs filled in. So all people on, all activities, sure, we'd love to do that, but we have so much that we can work forward with. The other element, though, is, as we were talking about when we started the budget process, is social indicators. And this is the part where we definitely want to move our people along with the minimum wage, get ahead of it. We don't want our people using our services. We want to be able to pay them appropriately. And that's an additional cost to us if we're not compensating. Hopefully we're not at that point, but we get close to that. And so the cost of living is tough. The cost of housing is out there. The cost of food is out there. And it's impacting all of our workforce more broadly in the community. But now as we look specifically on how we compensate within, we want to keep that in mind as we do these studies and we talk about these modifications of classification. So there's my stream of thought associated with it. So we'd love to be perfect, but let's get as close as we can. We have to be real, though. What can we really do? Steve?
No, thank you for your thoughts, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Your insights are valuable. I think we can go back to the staff level and do some more discussions with leadership, and again, we'll see what we can come up with. But I think we have some opportunities here to make some progress. We're not going to solve our FTE shortage in a year. It's going to take some discussion. I think we can also look at technology. We can certainly look at how we provide services, not as an excuse not to fill positions, but also to look at how we can, enhance services. So we definitely want to look at that. So I think we're good on that, sir.
All right. Okay.
Can I make just one more observation, just real quick? And Erica, really, I think a lot of this goes to you, but also the board and the board's commitment in the past to our employees. The county has a great benefits package, and really lovely benefits package. And sometimes people forget that when they're looking at the wages and the bottom line, but you've done an excellent job, and the county has done an excellent job of providing a very good plan and program to the employees. So That should be noted.
Yeah, actually it is. It's a big price that we pay, but it's a very important price. And usually when you're looking at the bottom end of what your paycheck is, it kind of get, lost in there. Others on that last minute one, otherwise we'll move on with Steve. Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Well, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and thank you, Erica, for presenting today. We are actually at the end of the presentations from policy and of course department and constitutional officers. So at this point in time, we'll take a lot of information today, a lot of follow-ups that we need to be doing at the staff level. We'll put those on a PowerPoint slide and send it to you by the end of the day, so you can keep track of that. So we can start with that tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow we're taking budget off. So tomorrow is a board meeting day. So the board meeting the afternoon. So we are not having a morning session of the budget, of our budget discussion. And so we will be reconvening for the board meeting tomorrow afternoon, and you will all have your packets and all the information for that meeting. And then on Wednesday, we reconvene in our budget discussion, and that will begin. We'll have it on that day, the county attorney, the sheriff, Superior Court, justice courts. So again, a very full day of our justice system partners to presenting to the board. And then on Thursday and Friday, we reserve both days for board and staff discussion and wrap up. So, Mr. Chair, we are your call if you want to have more discussion on any particular item, or we will take back all of the information that you've shared with us today, and we will produce the follow-up slide and continue from there.
All right. We'll turn to the board for last minute comments on what's going on. Just noting that so Wednesday is 8 o'clock, where we have a half an hour set aside for that follow up on that. Board members, we hit a certain mental fatigue with this stuff too. So anything we're missing, what we need to do, check in with us if we are missing, Steve for staff stuff, and or if I'm not getting in how I'm running the meetings, give me a heads up. We want to make sure everybody's getting input. Again, as we're trying to do Zoom, it's less of a dialogue. Normally it would be a little bit more of a dialogue, although still time limited, but help me if I'm not helping you appropriately on that. Okay, I'm seeing nobody. Oh, go ahead, Hieronymo.
Oh, I just had to go. First off, thanks, Stephen, for your staff and all the work they've been doing. I just want to make sure, is there anything else follow-up wise you need from us? You said you wanted some direction and guidance earlier, and so just want to make sure everything, you guys have enough direction from us.
We have good direction from you all.
All right.
Yeah, it's just kind of payback. Judy was saying take everything and put it in District 4. I think we should take District 4 stuff.
No, Mr. Chair, to Supervisor Vasquez's point, words matter. And so when you are sharing your thoughts and your sentiments and your discussions and stream of consciousness, whatever that might be, we're looking at that. We're identifying trends. We're identifying directions that are coming across, maybe not so much explicitly, but we certainly want to, we don't read minds, but I think we can read direction pretty well with some of the wording that you've used today. Appreciate that.
Great question. All right, I see the fatigue factor setting in, so let's adjourn this meeting. Great work, everybody. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Take care.
Everyone have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.